Hello, space dogs.
Hello.
Oh, I'm just gonna say something that I said in the middle of a stream a while back, which is why does everything have to be so goddamn hard, or something along those lines. But in this case, unlike that time where it was just like a chart that was just like, I don't think I can possibly ever do this. Today it's just like life. Life happening.
Well, I was going to say, and part of it is OBS is a wonderful, versatile, fantastic piece of software that is horrible and awful and...
So to be fair, like, I wasn't having any trouble with OBS today. At least nothing that was... nothing beyond the normal. Which
is already... It's nothing serious. It's just like the fact that you have to go in and like make sure to reset all the settings on certain things every time.
Honestly, I think in this case, the things that I like, my little chores that I have to do when right before I start a stream, I don't think that has anything to do with OBS. I think that is fully the particular things that I'm using.
Okay, yeah.
So like this camera up here.
Because it's a USB camera, it's going to default to default settings every time.
Here's the thing, and because I was reading about this recently, actually, most cameras, if they store their settings at all, they store it on the PC. But then I guess you're probably relying on the driver to make sure that all happens. Newer webcams have some memory in the camera now, some flash.
Yeah, because it's
right.
dirt cheap.
And so when you set your settings, it sets it and saves it internally in the camera, and then so number one, it doesn't have to rely on the PC to deal with to work, right? And number two, if you disconnect it and take it to another PC, it's got your settings because it remembers.
Yeah,
because you're taking it with you. But this is an ancient one, and in addition to being ancient, it also. I'm not running the real drivers for it. I'm running like the default Microsoft drivers.
Oh, you didn't want to install Razer Synapse, whatever?
I didn't because it actually makes the camera worse.
That doesn't surprise me, actually.
Yeah. One of the... So, I mean, I got these cameras for two reasons. Number one, it's nice because I can like just attach it to the ceiling and it can point almost straight down, and it's great for an overhead camera. But then the other reason is when I got these, and in like what do you call USB 2.0 cameras, right? This was one of the very few USB 2.0 cameras that would do 60 frames a second not in any mode, as in like all modes, but in any mode at all. Yeah. Most of them, it's like 30 frames in all modes, or maybe you get 60 frames at 640, 480, maybe. Yeah. But a lot of them, it's just, nope, 30 frames, that's all you get ever. Doesn't matter what resolution. This one would at least in 720p would let you do 60 frames. But only on the default Microsoft driver. If you put the Razer driver in, nope, it doesn't work. And I was just like, and I like fought with it forever. And then I was reading, I was searching, like, what am I doing wrong? And they're like, don't use the Razer driver, it sucks, blah, blah, blah. Try the Microsoft driver. And
so
I was like,
stupid.
Okay. And I did, and then it worked, and I was like, well, problem solved, but that's stupid, so...
Yeah, I know, like, I've not had any, like, major issues with OBS.
Me neither,
like,
really.
I do, like, have to make sure, like, that when I do stream, like, that everything's... like, I usually, like, do a full restart of my computer beforehand. Just to make sure everything reinitializes correctly, because I'm using a USB mic and USB on the camera, and then the capture card, and just make sure everything works properly. Because I have found that if I just jump in after it's been on all day or something, that half the time, half those components won't show up.
Yeah.
So it's just like random little things like that, that from everything I've gathered from listening to different people who use it and stuff, it just got all these little eccentricities that everyone's just like, yeah, you just restart it first and everything works okay.
That's just how it works. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are definitely, like I said, there's a list of chores that I have to do. But when right before I start a stream. But honestly, like I said, at this point, I don't think. I think some of them are OBS related, but most of them I think are specific to the particular hardware that I'm using. Reacts in a specific way that I've learned how to work with it. Yeah. So I just keep doing the thing, right?
To be fair, like OBS is also free. Yeah. Like it
is
pretty
free.
Damn impressive what it does for a free piece of software.
I feel like a Twitter engineer. You know, and someone comes by and they're like, "So what is your job here?" And it's like, every 6 hours I have to push this button. And they're like, "What happens if you don't push the button?" Fire me and find out.
That is not a good strategy in today's leadership climate.
But that's the thing. It's like when before I start a stream, it's like, here's the buttons I have to push, and if I don't push them, the stream's gonna go bad.
Or maybe it won't. Who knows?
Or maybe it won't. But yeah. Anyway, hello, welcome to everybody, and I'm doing something kind of. I mean, not that there's ever any order or consistency to anything that I do, but unlike most of the games that I've been doing lately, where I save the party stream, which has now become known, until like the middle or the end, I'm actually starting Prime 2 with one, but mostly because tonight, since we're getting into the holiday season, I was feeling like pretty soon, like next week and the week after and stuff like that, it's going to be real hard to try and get everybody together to do it. And so I was like, this feels like probably my last chance before the end of the year to do this. But because of the way things laid out, I didn't, I'm only just ready to start Prime 2 as opposed to in the middle of it. So it's like, well, that's what we're going to do.
They just keep putting so much gosh darn content in their games.
Dang it. But I'm hoping, I did invite additional people, but I know the last time I did this, Tim was the only one that ended up showing up. And he is the only one that's here right now, other than me, of course. But I know at least one other person is on his way. He was just running a little bit late. And then another fourth person I'm not sure about. But hopefully they'll show up while we're, once we're going. I told them, I was like, we're going to start at 7. If you're, if you get here after that, just come in and whatever. But then, yeah. But I was scrambling around right before the stream trying to get food. Because especially this time slot, which like starting at 7 o'clock for my time, is like hungry time.
Yeah.
And we've done a few of these where like maybe we ate before the stream.
Yeah, like the first one we did where we had like 4 people here, it was like a couple of us had eaten beforehand, a couple of people showed up and they're like, "Hey, have you guys eaten yet?"
Right. So I'm trying to the last few I've been trying to have food here so we can eat it. But I was I ran out to go get it before the stream, and I think I only got home with maybe 25 minutes to go. So I'm, trying to...
It's right in the middle of the dinner rush to the restaurants and everything, too.
Well, I mean, I had ordered it, so it was ready. Like, I literally walked in, and it was funny, actually, because I ordered it for pickup, and I parked, and I got out of my car, I walked into the restaurant, and someone behind the counter was holding this big bag, and they were walking toward the register, and they looked at me, and they were like, "Brian?" And I'm like, yeah? And they're like, here you go. And I'm like, holy shit, that's great service, right? I think what had happened was I'd parked in one of the curbside spots.
Oh.
And so they saw me from inside the restaurant, and they were like, okay, they were getting ready to bring it out to me.
Yeah.
But I went ahead and walked in because I felt bad because it's kind of shitty outside right now.
It's been kind of raining on and off, sprinkling in between.
It's like cold and wet and just gross outside.
Yeah.
So I was just like,
like in the low 40s or something like that.
Yeah. Plus, it was a lot of food, and I wasn't sure like how many bags it was going to be, so I figured I'd go in and, you know, as it turned out, it was just like one great big grocery bag and then a second like plastic bag. So it was doable for one person, but in case it wasn't, I thought, well, if I go in and then I can come out with them and help them. But yeah. Anyway. So many stories. That's. I mean, you don't actually care. Like, you don't care about.
Tune into the stream to see gameplay, right?
Right. No. Nobody cares about games. You just want to hear my dumbass stories. Anyway, hi, Dad. I mean, yeah, I guess you could have brought me food, but yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. Mostly because my brain is barely working. Hey, I got a flu shot this morning. But it's fine. I don't know. My arm isn't even really like it's not even like sort of the touch even.
So the funny thing, I woke up this morning. I woke up with my left arm just slightly sore, and
Did you sleep
my
funny?
legs slightly sore because
Were there cats on you?
No.
Oh.
The last few days I've been building some cables.
Ah.
Specifically, it's one of these like 3-meter long cables that's stretched out, and so I've got like a wire rack that I've got wire hung over that because there's a bunch of different types of wires and splices, so it's going through and each one, you know, pull the correct wire. So it's on a rolly chair because we're on like a concrete slab in the shop, and the way I usually do it, I just roll back and forth. And so it's roll over, pull a wire, which is mostly my left arm, and then like roll back and plug it in, and then have to roll down to the other end sometimes, like if I don't have someone helping. So like, it's just that weird like pushing motion that you're.
So what you're saying is you gave yourself a repetitive motion.
Yeah, just not serious. It was just like an entire day of like that, you know, very minor resistance pulling, but favoring one arm. And the same with like just kicking yourself off in a rolly chair is not a kind of motion that you would normally do otherwise.
That reminds me, this has been probably almost 15 years ago. One of the very first cons that I worked, our like HQ of, you know, my department was on the 20th floor of this hotel, and then like all of the, you know, stuff was down on the first floor, first level, and well, you know how elevators get during a con.
Oh yeah.
So they were like that, and on top of that, we're also like breaking down altogether in some cases.
At a con.
Yeah, and so there were several times that I needed to be, you know, up at, you know, at HQ, or I needed to be down, you know, on the first level, and I didn't have time to wait 20 minutes for an elevator.
Yep.
Right? So it's like, well, I guess I'm taking the stairs. And, you know, I got real good actually at, because it's, you know, the type of stairwell where you go up and you hit a landing and you do a turn. And
switchbacks.
Right. And so I was doing it real fast by, you know, basically taking the stairs 2 at a time. And then when I'd hit the landing, I'd grab the rail and like swing myself around and, you know, and then
keep your momentum going.
Yeah, and keep my momentum going to go up the next flight of stairs. And, you know, I could do the 20 flights in couple of minutes or whatever. Like, I was going real fast. But what I learned after the first day of doing that, like when I woke up in the next morning, it was I think they went counterclockwise up, right? My left knee felt like it was going to fucking explode when I woke up the next morning, because basically what was happening was I was planting that foot, right, grabbing the rail and then swinging around and basically just mashing all my weight into that one leg, you know, to swing around, and my knee was just like, you done made a mistake, Brian.
Oh man.
I was like, hello.
Hello.
All right. I stalled long enough, and now we have 3.
There's more people.
Yes.
Now,
So
Brian, why would Chewbacca, a Wookiee from Kashyyyk, want to live on Endor? That just doesn't make sense.
is this if Chewbacca is a Wookiee, you must have quit?
He must have quit.
Wow, that's a throwback. Where did that come from? Oh my lord. There is food,
I see that.
if you would like some. I have personally not had any yet, and I'm vamping here, right?
Coffee?
Yes, have some. But
Yeah, I ate while Brian was finishing prep right before going live.
See.
yeah.
So
I did bring the stuff that it still needs assembled. But I did bring...
Oh yeah, can we talk about this?
We can.
Okay, if you want to step up here and you can kind of show it in the overhead camera. Let's see how good you are at this. It is so fucking hard because it all moves backwards from the way you would think it would.
Let's see, what's the focus like on it? 'Cause this
It's not good, but it's fixed, so like you're not going to.
So we have... You're right, it is all backwards to the way you
Yeah,
think it
and
would
when
be.
you move it, you're like, oh no, that's the other way.
Well, it's like a mirror. One way is correct, and the other way is
Right,
backwards.
it's goofy.
So let's see here. That's actually not the one we're even going to use. That's the one I made to complete the set.
You gotta catch them all.
You got to catch them all, yeah. So let's see here. This is the. Yeah, it's
hard.
It is hard.
It's real
yeah.
hard.
There we go. Okay, so you hook this up to an FPGA dev board because you ever tried to buy FPGAs these days? You can buy the dev boards, but you can't buy the darn chips.
2022, am I right?
2022, right? Yeah. Besides, this was easier. You also hook this up to the dang it, there to the same dev board, and it takes HDMI. Oh, sorry, TMDS, not HDMI.
Wait, what is TMDS?
The signaling standard used by HDMI.
Oh.
That way, I don't have to call it HDMI.
And then you don't have to pay the licensing fee.
Yeah, and of course, the funny thing is, I mean, everything I'm doing on here would be like HDMI 1.2. I mean, HDMI ancient. I mean, I'm using the connector. I'm not even using the in-band audio. So that patent has to be expired. Because that
One would hope.
one would hope. But no, then I don't. Then I'm. That's not HDMI. What are you talking about? And then this is any patents on this would have definitely been expired because this is good old VGA RGB analog.
Hooray!
So you take in TMDS video from your MK9 with upgraded video.
With upgraded, yes.
Yes, at 1080p, 720p, whatever you can get its output for me.
Too many P's.
Too many P's.
Who needs so many P's?
It's too, Brian, if you need to go pee, it's the bathrooms around the corner.
No,
I don't know if
you know what
you've seen that video that I did. That was a submission that I did for the FP Fest. With I made VHS slip cases for all the FP movies.
Nice!
I did a infomercial intro. Have you ever, like, what was that? It's
You're like, have you ever wanted to watch the FP
I
movies?
want to watch it, but it's too high resolution. 1080p? What does that even mean? Who needs that many P?
I have a VCR if you need it. It's even a cheap VCR.
I have one too.
Brian has a good VCR.
I think it worked last time it was hooked up, like 15, 16 years ago.
He also has a Betamax deck.
I have no idea if the Betamax works.
It's not super beta, right?
So, but
No.
do you have a really good VCR?
It's a super VHS deck.
There, you can go. There are there's like a couple models that are apparently known specifically to be like some of the best ones on the market that go for like $700 or $800 on eBay.
So, are you familiar with DVHS?
Yes.
Gimji reminded me of it. I can't even remember what the name of the standard was. but it was apparently prior to DVHS, which was HD. MPEG-2 basically basically ATSC on a VHS tape. Apparently they made an analog HD VHS. Yeah.
Yeah.
1080i, and they were backwards compatible with the original VHS.
Yes.
What was it called? It was
Didn't LTT do a video about this?
Yeah,
it keeps coming up on my feed, but I haven't watched it yet.
That's why I know, because they just recently did a video. It was I forget the name of the standard. It was D.
It came before DVHS.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, to all the people saying Pump It Up NX needs a 16:9 HD monitor, well, I mean, it doesn't care about the aspect ratio.
It's true.
It would look wrong, but it doesn't care. It does need HD, and that's what we're fixing with this hardware. So, it turns out that the fancy old CRT on here, this is actually a pretty fancy CRT. It can't do 1080p, can't do 720p. It can do 720i. It can do 1080i. And so all I have to do is just take whatever Pump puts out and interlace it. And on a CRT, interlace actually doesn't look terrible. And now I don't know how much video bandwidth this thing has. I'm sure it's going to be soft as hell. But
well, you know, the arrows are big.
that is true.
The UI might be a little rough.
The UI might be a little rough.
But I think playing the game will be fine. But yeah, basically what we're trying to do is figure out a workaround to be able to play XX on this monitor. So not modifying the cabinet, but basically
modifying the signal.
Modifying the game externally to make it work with the cabinet as it stands.
Yes.
And the answer to your question, Pentaxel, do I have a XX hard drive? The answer actually is no, I do not. However, I want to. I don't mind buying one, but with a new game announced for next year, I want to try and contact them and see, if I buy this, since we know that it's going to be over soon, right? Can I get any kind of a discount on the next one, or can I get a discount on this one?
Yeah.
You know, because the last thing I want to do is pay full price for XX for
2 months,
2 or 3 months, right?
When realistically, at that point, you could just wait a few months and then probably buy one second hand.
Right.
So,
So if they say no, then probably what I'll do is just wait and buy the new one, and exactly like you said, buy XX as a used kit from somebody that upgrades, and and then come back and do that. If they give me a break, then like I said, I have no problem. They're like, yeah, if you buy XX now, we'll give you, half off on 2023. I'll be like, cool.
Sure.
Or something like that. But
because that's getting into the realm of where you're basically paying used kit prices for one of them.
yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because like I said, at that point, you just wait a few months and pay that much for a second-hand kit. Anyway.
right. So
I read that as you've received 100 messages today with restroom chat. And I'm like, really now?
oh god, let's see the restroom chat. What's
Drimania 240 XL. It's all the rage.
Oh no, I was
240, 241.
I was
whatever it takes.
I was going for the yeah, never mind. I was going for something a lot more like 6-year-old.
Oh, I see. Were you going for toilet humor?
I was going for toilet humor.
Deuce revolution. Show me your ass.
Are you ready to play some poop it out?
I mean, the announcer on DDR is like that bad. So.
Anyway,
Because it's still the same announcer as from X, right?
yeah, they haven't changed
Yeah,
it.
that announcer's terrible. I want Thomas Howard back.
So apparently, somebody asked Thomas Howard about the early games, and his reply was, "I have no memory of recording that." So, is it Thomas Howard? Allegedly.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just took random clips from employee outings or something where he was talking about it. I don't know.
Who knows?
It's heavily processed, obviously.
Into the drain too.
Wow.
Oh, amazing. All right, this is great. We got poopy dance game humor now. So anyway, I actually feel mildly dizzy, so I'm gonna go have some food while I let one or both of these guys.
I have not eaten in like 24 hours, so I am also.
You guys go eat.
All right, I'm gonna let Tim start out and do a thing. Just so you know, for any of you that don't know what we're doing here, which it should be not most of you, so I've been going through each of the Pump It Up games and playing through all of the new stuff, but then we've also, since Infinity, have been... actually, I think I did one on one of the later Fiestas, too.
Yeah.
I think Fiesta 2.
Yeah, that's when they started pulling some of the routines in.
Right. I've been trying to invite people over to play through like some of the co-op routines, so this is that stream apparently. I have not played any of Prime 2 yet, at least not on stream. I have played a little bit like in the past, but like most of the more modern games, I
have played hardly any Prime 2.
I don't think I've ever played Prime 2.
Yeah, I've played some, but not a lot. I've actually played Prime 2 more than I have Prime, only because I've had the kit a little bit longer, so I did play it some. But anyway, and Inteleon, as far as money is concerned, if it has a co-op chart, it might get played tonight. We'll definitely look. If it doesn't, probably not.
I'm enjoying overranging your mic.
But it's real sensitive. But
You know how much I paid for these PCBs?
with or without shipping?
Without shipping.
Without shipping. How many did you get?
I ordered the 5, but they sent me 6.
5 sets?
5 of each.
Okay.
The smaller ones are the same size, so I ordered them as separate pieces. I didn't analyze them.
Okay. From China.
China.
So it's ridiculously dumb, like $20.
50 cents a piece.
Yes.
50 cents a piece.
Yes.
$1 each.
Oh, $1.
And remember, I only ordered 5, so I only paid for 5, and they sent me 6. So I paid $10.
You got bonus stage.
I did. I think I paid $18 for the stencil and $45 to ship it. Although even that's cheap.
So that is
that's FedEx IP.
That is a reasonable amount to pay for shipping, although from China that actually feels a little high.
Because it's FedEx.
Right. Because it's not bullshit.
Right. If I had ordered just the boards, they could have e-packeted them.
They could have subsidized it by the Chinese government.
The Chinese government
And
would
the US
subsidize it, and then the USPS would pay
Right.
for most of it.
Right.
And I think that would have been $5.
I always love.
So I could have had all the boards in my hand for $15.
I always love it when you order stuff when you order like a 99-cent part from China for free shipping, and it's like
what?
This makes absolute. I mean,
I can't.
Thank you, but this makes no sense.
I can't send something across town for 99 cents.
Right.
Not a thing. A letter, yes.
I don't know that I can personally take something across town for 99 cents.
No, gas probably costs more than that.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. That's what, like, all my little tiny bags of switches and like button cell battery holders and stuff like that I get for project stuff. I'll just easy post from China.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
It's like, yeah, I'll wait 2 to 3 weeks.
You do wait a while.
Yeah, can't be in a hurry.
No.
I giant stainless steel plate. Yes, giant stainless steel plate that is 0.1 millimeters thick. So
do not bend.
I get the ones with the frames. 1, they're easier to work on it with. 2, you're much less likely to slice your thumb open. I had that problem.
Oh man, that's like working in a cheapo
Yeah,
PC cases.
I've never done that with any of our
Because
frameless.
you have you have frameless ones.
Oh yeah, we do for some things.
Do they round off the corners?
No,
Oh wow. Okay.
we're just
Yes, they
Relatively
packed it
careful
with
with
wood on both sides. The
Wood.
well, it's chipboard. It's the stuff they use as the backer for when they drill the PCBs. Like literally, it has holes drilled in it.
Nice.
Not all the way through, but and they use both sides. So like, it has different things drilled on both sides. But yes, and the way they cut the wood is, I think they squirt with a utility knife and then just snap it. Because like it's partially clean and then just ragged.
That reminds me of like
done some of
cutting
those.
fins for like model rockets when you're just like, because this is what balsa wood, right? So it's just like you can practically take a butter knife and just like.
Yeah, as far as like the hand stencil stuff, like, so for example, the little power subboards for the temp tender stuff that we did, because we get those in little kits, like a set of like 8 to 16 of them that's like that big. So we just got a couple little stencils about that big for them and just hand scrape them.
I think the minimum. I mean, this stencil is like, yay. That was the minimum size for a framed one.
Yes. Because we
Framed
get
one hanging on the
the
wall.
framed
It's
ones to
beautiful.
run through our
Got a
machines.
nice aluminum frame and everything on it. It's
Yeah.
way
Oh,
easier.
wow.
It's way easier to use.
We don't even so our framed ones we get the plastic framed one because then we have the aluminum holder that you vacuum.
Right, I don't have
seal it
that,
to.
so I get. I mean,
Yeah, you get.
I don't know,
very nice
man.
one.
I don't know how they do it for $18 freaking.
Well, I mean, when you're paying people, $2
$1
an hour,
I don't know.
Well, and so
$2
that's
a
part of
day.
why, like,
$2 a
ours-
day. It's not that bad in China now, is it?
It's a little higher than that, but how much?
Yeah.
I know our frame stencils are not cheap, but they are also
Right? No. If I buy the big size framed, electropolished, all that jazz, and actually, I paid for the electropolish on this.
and we get them with fiducials on them now too.
Yes, I do that. Well, and I that doesn't cost any extra. Actually, they do that for free, even the half etch. But the
A machine that can read the fiducials now and automate it,
yeah, it's nice.
so we don't have to manually align it.
But the big one is like $85.
Yeah. Like I
Plus
said, I know our,
shipping
like,
of
the large ones
$60.
Because we've also done that where we've prototyped stuff that we're going to run on the machine, and for their initial prototype, we just get a small one because we're like, we might have to change things, so we don't want to spend $100 on a stencil.
Okay, I am absolutely going
Yes.
to
All right.
go get some food before I go get some chairs and just turn this into a podcast. So,
Mukbang!
all right, I will see you all in a few minutes,
I'll play some, like,
and I will
doubles.
leave you in Tim's very capable feet. Disappointed in the amount of gravy that they gave me. I was like, what?
Hello, everyone. All tunes.
Feel free to do whatever you want, or if you want to pay attention to the chat.
In the middle of new tunes.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I was like, are we at the beginning of new tunes? No, we are.
Jay, music.
Usually,
Me
one
too.
direction.
Yeah.
All tunes. All tunes. World of PIU. All tunes.
I'm just gonna start at the beginning of new tunes. All right.
Wow, you're awesome! Wow, new record! Next stage.
Dang. All right. Long wait. See how 11 of an 11 this is. I did that. I got my runoff. All right. Half double.
Was it?
Yeah. Super Capriccio 11.
Yeah, I knew you could do it! Wow, new record! Next stage. All World of DIUs! World of DIUs!
Oh, 19. Okay. All right. All right.
That's the way to go! Wow! New record!
2 greats, 2 bads.
Are you winning, son?
No, I got 2 greats and 2 bads.
Game over.
I noticed
You are a constant disappointment.
I know. I noticed the loading screen after you complete a song and like you get your score and it goes, you know, next song and does a little animation. It goes to a Pump XX ad and hangs for like 3 or 4 seconds on it before it goes.
Yeah, so
Which I'm pretty
apparently...
certain is just a, we can load faster than this, but we want to leave this up.
So apparently at the, on the last patch of Prime 2, like
They added all that.
all of the interstitial stuff got replaced by double X ads.
Yeah.
Tell your operator to buy this.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Are you going to join me for a
Save this one.
co-op of some sort, or I have a piece of chicken and some mashed potatoes in me now, which is either the best idea or the worst idea. I used it on the back side of the bar, so I might have put it on the back there. It might be down, or it might be up under my plate. Is it under my plate? No? Hold on.
I swear I saw it when I came down earlier.
Yeah, it was definitely there. But I just put it. I mean, depends what you're writing in.
Everything's writing. Brian, everything's a smoke machine.
It's true. Well, Pentaxel, you're way higher than me. My highest level is probably like 14. There might be a 15. There might be an odd 15 that I can do, but
I'm doing well to do a 19 these days.
yeah, no, I'm definitely not a I'm definitely not a speed player.
Did you take this down?
It fell down, and so we took the.
Well, I mean, the other was just like a drywall screw into the ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's fine. Well, I mean, it is a house.
Yep.
So,
They're not
would
particularly fine.
anyone like to join me, or am I on my own?
I've had the most time to let my food settle, so I'm feeling all right.
Excellent. All right.
I'm actively.
I said I got a good like 45 minutes of food settle before I started playing.
This feels less loud than Prime did.
Turn it up.
Hello, everyone.
I think I will.
Honestly, I found it.
From now on, I will introduce basic control for Pump It Up.
You see, but I'm a decade older than you and going deaf. Actually,
Fair.
that's,
You can also use
one of
the
those things is
buttons.
true.
They look exactly the same.
I don't think I'm
as
actually
the
going
steps.
deaf. Not yet.
First, I will.
It's definitely diminishing. I haven't tested in a minute, but
I used to be good like 20.
all right. I don't know why I decided to come all the way back to here.
Well, I started at the beginning.
So are these
So I
the
did
blues or the? That's something else.
double
Right?
performance.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Freestyle.
So I want
just a freestyle.
I want the yellow. They're yellow.
Oh, did they color them now?
I thought they did. Yeah. See, there you go.
Yep.
Oh,
And they even tell you how many people
oh,
now.
nice of them.
So this song sounds like it would be one, right? We want 2x.
They still don't rate them.
You want to bump the speed up a little bit?
Yeah, do I?
2.5 or well, it's 170.
2.5
It
sounds like a thing to do. We'll try it. All right. Some regrets.
Some regrets were had.
Sam regrets. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Why?
Yeah, this, I don't think we're... I'm already off on this.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I could definitely use a little more speed for that. Just to beat it, I mean.
routine.
It just feels like I said, some regrets.
Oh, thanks. We needed that jitter.
Fuck off, whatever. I'm just trying. Hi, how you doing?
How's that chicken feel, Brian?
It's fine. It's fine. It's my lungs I'm worried about. Just being like, hey, goodbye.
2,791 perfect.
Wow! New record!
Wow.
499 misses.
How? Oh.
So clearly that's probably like a 16 or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say I think the advertisements for Prime 2 in Prime 1 have some typos. Because it's like contact Andamiro to order PRIME2, like PRME or something like that. Prem.
Your carpet is glowing, Brian.
I know, because the lights are on. I found it looks. It makes the carpet pop on camera too. The little tiny bit that's visible down in the corner.
BPM 250.
Just so you know, I wired that fancy that switch box up.
Wow. That's
Fancy.
That's great and terrible. All right. Let's try a K-pop song and hope that it's not the worst in the world. Do we want 2.5?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Only 500 BPM equivalent.
Only.
That's not 200 BPM. Wow.
Why don't you just get up and
No, but
Stage break is on.
we can fix that.
Almost twisted my ankle there.
I'm
Moving across. Nothing you did. I just stepped on it wrong and started. I started to roll it a little bit, and before I caught myself and pulled my weight off. But yeah, that was definitely not actually running at 200 BPM.
Clearly.
That seems like one of those where they're like, the song's 200 BPM, but that's too fast to make the base level of the charts. We'll have it, but we won't tell the players.
I love it when they do that. Sometimes they double tempo it too.
Yeah.
It's like 100 BPM, but that's really slow.
Yeah,
So
I
we're
think
actually
we
gonna
ran
run
into
into
one of those where we were like, oh, it's only 100, let's bump it up to like 3.5 or something, and,
so
then
now-
oh god, no.
And so now my 5X is like, what?
Yeah.
So, Pat, the speed isn't bugged at 0.5. The way they do half speed mods is if you watch it, it will flash back and forth. So it'll be like 2x, it'll be like, or yeah, x2, and then plus 0.5. So it's the two of them together. Because unlike, well, I guess DDR doesn't have very many. I mean, it has 1.5.
1.5.
Right. So, unlike DDR, which only has the one half speed option, Pump you can add a half to any of the speeds, but it is done with a separate button. So instead of there being a 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, there's just 1, 2, 3, 4.
6.
Is there 6? 8?
There's
No 8
5,
anymore.
6, and 8.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no 8 on this menu. It goes 6 plus 0.5.
Yeah, and then you add a 0.5 to it.
Well, and it used to, on the older ones, it was like 2, 3, 4, 8.
2, 3, 4, 8.
Yes. If you wanted faster than 4x, you had to do 8x. And that was,
That
yeah.
was almost always unclear.
Yes.
Anyway, I believe there might also be a whole ass mode of co-op.
Oh.
Prime had one,
Oh, that's true.
so I assume Prime 2 does as well.
Full ass mode?
Whole ass mode.
We're back to the wrestling chat.
Yeah, back to toilet.
All tunes.
Original.
World music.
All tunes.
Cross.
Ass.
Original. K-pop. Cross.
So it's
All
not
tunes. Original.
here.
K-pop. World music. Cross.
What about
All
going...
tunes. All tunes. World of PIE.
Oh, yeah,
Difficult
you're right.
zone.
There we go.
Double.
Yeah, they have a...
World Extra
So,
Zone.
extra
Fun
fun-
Zone. Series.
Someone said it might be in Fun
Difficult
Zone, but it's
World of
there.
Extra Zone. Fun Zone.
Okay, so Fun
Quest Zone. Grand Quest Zone.
Nope.
Fun Zone. Series. Difficulty Zone. Single. Difficulty Zone. World Extra Zone. Shortcut.
There we go. Extra zone.
Co-op play.
Co-op play.
Sub-menus!
Do what? How long is the what?
How loud is the hand?
I have no idea.
Not show up very much.
But whatever, just use it. Oh, okay. I guess if you ask so nicely, I'll take you.
Speed up.
Play.
Theoretically, it hopefully won't be like excessively hard. So 3x will probably be fine. Oh, we're alternating. Okay, this is way less. Way less murdering. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, I'm getting tired.
That was actually a fun chart, though.
Yeah.
Had a lot of cute little things in there. Yeah, it was
It was
jumpy.
jumpy, and it definitely kind of slow ramped the difficulty.
Yeah.
It started off as like, oh, this is.
What was funny
really
though was when it was doing the alternating jumps, but he was in front of me.
Yes.
It meant that he would jump, and I had no fucking chance of being able to see what was next. So I just had to kind of like read way in advance and be like, God, I hope it's that.
Please contact Ada Miro to upgrade to the new version.
Rewards titles.
All right. I swear this song was in every game at this time.
Yep.
Like everybody put this song in their game.
I mean, that pretty much happened with the era.
Yeah, basically.
Bad apple.
That's true. That too.
Black pink in your area. Need a bad girl, I know I am. And I'm so hot, I need a fan. I don't want a boy, I need a man. Click, clap, bada bing, bada boom. When it rock, I'm in more deny, bada boom. Janessa, 너를 가려도 모든 남자들도 피가 팡팡팡. 팡팡, bada bada 팡팡팡. 지금 날 위해 족배를 짜자잔. 했어, 했어, 내 바보라 그래. 네가 많이 만났던 걔가 나야.
Sorry, I got caught up on you. What was that?
I love how, hey, Sam's here, yay! I love how all of these, so not all of, but many of these modern songs since Fiesta-ish, it's like you're listening to it and you're like, here's where it would end if this was a pre-Fiesta song. But you've got 30 more seconds, sucker!
Most of these ones we've done have been relatively jump heavy and a lot of like circling each other. Yeah. A lot.
Or circle jumps.
Yeah. Fast. I think, well, that's one of the things where like some of the fast jump circles,
They're hard.
you're not supposed to jump them. You're supposed to just, if you're playing on modern pads, you just step across.
I guess.
Because
Oh, just like boom, yeah.
it's a lot easier on modern pads to just especially the corners.
That may be true. Are there any routine shortcuts? I don't think there are. Oh. There's one for 5 people.
We can't play the Prime opening routine. We don't have enough people.
5 people, apparently.
It's in the shortcut.
You should-
Original.
You should come up here. Let's try it anyway, because we're stupid. With only 4 people. I mean, what's the worst thing that's gonna happen?
I mean, this is very
Nothing, we're just gonna
clearly
fail.
everyone stand on 2 arrows and just wiggle back and forth during the song.
I mean, you can can do a 10-panel hold with 2 people. That's easy.
Yeah, but if you're having to do anything other than holds,
Mr. Shammers.
Let's do it.
All right.
So one of us is going to have to figure out how to do the.
I can take. I think the outside people take 3, and then the 2 middle take 2 and 2.
Or just try and read it, and hopefully we'll make the. Hopefully we'll just make it work.
Because there's going to be a 5th.
I know, but we'll hit the rest of the steps. I guess I'm doing blue. Or maybe not. Alright, fine. I'll just do over here.
Here and now, we live above the shadows. And somehow we are beautifully created.
Oh! Sad face. Okay, we'll figure that out.
Amazing.
Game over.
That's not really ridiculous.
I mean, that's basically Raw,
Right.
Yeah.
except slower. Or, no, it's basically Raw. Raw's not that fast. It's just a lot of, like, you can't actually do this.
Rip center blue arrows.
Alright. Shammers has entered the chat.
Have it in the chat. Ready to chat. Stomp.
Chat, stomp. Chat, stomp.
My favorite game.
It says stomp. Stomp, 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 stomp.
So what are we doing?
Oh, I guess we can just keep going?
Sure.
That's the tagline, by the way, of Double X.
Just keep going.
No, stomp your feet forever.
Push your credits.
One moment. I'm going to...
One moment, please.
I'm adjusting levels.
I think you have. I assume the audio takeoff that you're using is not affected by the Bandit line control.
By the what?
Bandit line control. Right. Convenient.
Yeah, I'm splitting it before the amp.
Ready?
All right, I'm gonna tag out after this one though, because I want to get back to my food. It's cold to start with, so yeah.
World of
I love that there's a double
Extra Sun Zone.
double exit from the.
Sun Zone. Extra Zone. Your time. How well played.
All right. I'll let you
Where were we?
I don't even know. We were somewhere.
You have the. Oh, okay. All right.
J Music.
Which way were you going?
Both ways.
New tunes.
I was going up.
Where are these stairs? Where this?
No. I don't think I've actually played any of these co-ops before.
People on co-ops?
I went. Well, yeah, because you're logged. You're only one person's logged in, so we just record it to you.
Come on, hey mommy. Come on, hey brother. 누가 얘들 좀 말려줘. 귀여운 척, 섹시한 척, 이쁜 척 그런 거 안 해도 날 알아보는 너. 센스 매너 말투 표정 행동 하나까지 섬세한 널 알아보는 나. 우리들 사이 딱 맞는 타입. Come on, 거기 mister. Come on, 이리 와.
At least it was a pattern that you could kind of read the whole thing and be like, okay, I know what's happening.
I get it. I get it. All right.
Do it! Wow! New record!
That was fun though. That was a good chart. I dig it.
Next stage.
You apparently ended up on that side anyway, so
I did.
you get to keep.
Well, I ended up on the same side. They don't always do that. I mean, it seems appropriate.
Christmas time. I thought that said by Wank.
Do you want 3x or 2.5 at 170?
Either's fine.
Gotta play Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Got a Christmas mix.
I think we're past the third. The third at this point. Sorry. Boop. I feel like I know that song, but not from Pump.
Yeah.
But I don't know what. I don't remember what from.
It's a Christmas Carol song.
Yeah! I knew you could do it! Wow! New record! Next stage.
You know, something I've noticed, or going through all the games, Pump, in Pump, gallops are very rare.
They're less common than DDR.
Yeah. Not that they're common in DDR, but they're more common than Pump.
Original.
Oh, that sounds easy.
Right? It just occurs to me, though, this co-op channel is mixing all of the available ones from Prime and
Yes.
from any
Yes.
game. So these are not necessarily all of it, which is fine.
We have another Christmas song.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know if it's arranging the newer ones toward the front.
I think it might be just like these
Yeah, I recognize
are
all
all
these.
old.
So it seems like there's not a ton of new ones then.
I mean, 26, 27?
This is that one's old for sure. Yeah.
New tunes.
Yeah. So new tunes. So there's only about maybe a dozen new ones. I mean, this is fine since we're here. What could go wrong?
With Death Moon.
Right? It only has death in the title. How hard can it be?
Oh my god! Ooh. It's that maneuver.
Nice. Oh, what? How? Why?
Because they can. Oops, we got it. Well, demo. Oh, sorry. Swap, switch.
Okay.
That's what that means.
Wow. Holy. Okay. That. Oh Jesus.
Appropriately titled.
Yeah. That last
No
I don't
way.
know quarter there was like just brutal.
Wow, new record.
That was definitely keep it alive. Keep yourself alive.
Right. Oh my gosh. Where'd you rate that?
Over.
Honestly, the first 3/4 of it, I would probably give it a 12 or a 13.
I'd call it at least a 13, maybe even 14.
Yeah, that last bit though,
16.
15, 16, yeah.
Woo! You should go play Death Moon.
Or like La Machina de Bailar, Death Dance.
Which was Dead End, right?
I think so. That's a different.
That's not the end.
Right, no, he was quoting the FP.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was
Go
I-
play.
you were quoting the trademark free the trademark
Revelation.
free DDR themed movie. I was quoting the allegedly licensed DDR themed movie. I think.
Allegedly.
I think it was.
I think it was.
Which one is that?
Machina de Barra.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they've had like DDR has shown up in a bunch of other movies and shows over the years, but they always change out all the signage and the music
Right.
and everything.
And that movie, it was clearly DDR.
Yeah.
They changed the music. They didn't license the music, even though.
Dead End.
No, I don't even think. I think that might have been in the preview, but maybe not in the. Maybe it was Dead End. Maybe Dead End was real, but it's a Konami original, so they couldn't do that.
Licensed to the thing.
Right, but my recollection is that in the movie, they show the real game, with all the real art, like real charts, but the music has been dubbed with something else.
Oh, so the chart doesn't even line up with the music.
Yeah, but I mean, you only ever see it for 2 seconds at a time, and almost never with the person visible and the game at the same time. So like, unless you're a pedantic dance game nerd,
No,
like those of us in the room
no, Brian.
and those of us in the chat.
Please don't. Please
I think that was like one of the things that like the FP was like one of the first things I saw where they were actually playing the charts. That they were actually, both players were playing the same chart and they were playing it in sync to it.
Yeah.
They're actually playing the game?
It's like hearing Atari sounds with an Xbox controller.
Oh gosh, those the frickin' like Pac-Man death sound from Atari 2600. God, that thing got used for decades.
Even though it sounds terrible.
Yeah, God, I assume because it was free, maybe.
It's so simple it may be impossible to copyright.
Or
they just didn't copyright it back in the day because who's gonna rip off my video game sound?
Certainly my shitty Atari 2600 ripoff video games.
I wonder too, given how, like, I can remember that thing in literally dozens of movies and TV shows. I wonder how many people who used it even knew what it was.
True, and I wonder how many people...
And I wonder what might have happened. It might have ended up in like a stock sound effects library.
I was about to say video
And
game
so,
sound effects
people just used
won.
it, and they don't fucking know what it is, and they don't care, and they assume it's licensed properly because they bought it on some collection,
Right.
and maybe it was, maybe it wasn't.
At some point.
Yeah.
Next to the Wilhelm scream.
Right. Well, that should be in the public domain by now, I would think. But
Brian, copyright lasts like 120 years.
so
Mickey said.
if it
Yes.
expired, does it expire? It's
There
like
were some that did, but it was rare. It was only like a few years where it had expired and entered the public domain, and then
They'll
copyright
claw it
extension
back.
clawed it back. There were only like a few years of that. For the most part, if it has ever been in the public domain, it is in. But, basically, if it's been made since Mickey Mouse, it is not in the public domain. Because Mickey said so.
I feel like Sam's the best person to answer this question. How old is the Wilhelm scream?
Oh, I don't know.
Is it older than Mickey
Was
Mouse?
it from
It's not
a?
older than Mickey Mouse. No.
Then it's not in the public domain.
I say, wasn't it from a western? I think originally, like an earlier one, but I think it was from like some guy getting like shot off a horse or something like that.
Yeah.
Like falling off a horse after getting shot.
I'm
an
asking
arrow or something like that.
Wikipedia. 1951. That's a lot.
Definitely not in the public domain.
Hold on.
Unless they just intentionally.
Yes, you can place things intentionally in the public domain.
It originates from a series of sound effects recorded for the 1951 movie Distant Drums. Yes. In a scene from the film, soldiers fleeing the Seminole Indians are wading through a swamp in the Everglades, and one of them is bitten and dragged underwater by an alligator.
Okay.
Right?
Let's see. Does it say what its copyright status is? It's probably at this point too. It's probably one of those things like non-enforcement of does non-enforcement of trademark
Non-enforcement of copyright does not matter.
Does not
Like
matter.
trademark where it does.
I know, because like Escalator used to be a trademark. Yeah, Escalator was a trademark. Well, Escalator wasn't a trademark. Escalator was the brand name of moving staircase from the Otis Corporation, which still exists, and they failed to enforce that trademark properly, and it became genericized. And so now what we know of as an escalator is now that's the term for it. So
Kleenex is still trademarked. Xerox is still trademarked.
Well, and that's why and Band-Aid, that's why when you look at the package, it always says Kleenex brand, Band-Aid brand. Like they absolutely, cross their T's and dot their I's and do all of the things that the law has now said, this is you enforcing your trademark, so that I can't come out with a brand of it. I can't come out with an adhesive bandage and call it Band-Aid, because I will get my absolute pantsuit off of me. But
As opposed to Procter and Gamble.
I don't get this.
Gamble.
Oh,
Procter and Gamble.
god damn it! That was a stretch.
Every time I hear that NPR, I'm like, Procter and Gamble. Are they going to announce a new line of denim?
They're going to sponsor the sequel to Snakes on a Plane, Slakes on a Plane.
That's great, Slick. Go tell Taco.
All right. Anyway, either of you who would like to tag out?
You would like to eat your food.
I would like to tag out.
Tag out, man. Tag out.
I'll tag in.
Yeah.
You gonna go play Barbie Girl?
Sure. Love me.
Pow!
Yeah.
Fresh blood for the beast.
Fresh meat.
Try out some routines.
That's old enough Brian might have played that game.
I will need your assistance in applying mods. Is it still bam 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 bam?
Yes, but you
Hello, everyone.
only on my side.
From now on, I'm
You have to play one player. It is.
all
You go up,
tunes.
then you get
World
the
of
next
PIU. Extra Zone.
extra zone.
Short Time.
Then the
Hello,
co-op.
Play.
Now you're in the team mode. Because that's sub-menus.
So we start on the lower spectrum.
It just doesn't tell you what the difficulty is.
Oh, okay. So we're going in blind.
Probably 3x.
Hello, Play.
112. Sounds good to me. Yeah, the first song that Brian and I played was like probably a 15 or 16 equivalent with fast transitions.
So we'll be ready for whatever it throws us.
So who knows?
Who knows? And I guess we don't know what color we are until we see.
I think it's red blue. Oh.
Hey.
Oh, not ready for that cross at the end.
All right. These are dangerous. No. No.
Wow! Phew!
You succeeded.
So that was actually a relatively low-level routine, aside from the dumb gimmick.
Well, this was great. Thank you.
Next stage.
They can basically just get a regular charge.
I think it was on. I think NX was the first one they did that gimmick with, and there was an entire song that was just that.
Is it? What is the gimmick? So it's just like it
stops,
jumps.
jumps.
Okay.
Jump to jump.
Yeah.
And so it just jumps when you hit it. So like dun, dun. So you just learn the rhythms like dun, 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 dun.
Okay. So just stomp. Like
Well, it depends on the song, but you
Okay.
just learn whatever the rhythm is, and then you just then it's easy on that because
Yeah.
it's like you just follow the rhythm. That one, the one where it was like back, up, back.
Yeah.
That one I got the rhythm. The other one in there, I was not getting the rhythm on it.
my move. My move. Let's my move. I like my move it.
You're the best. Mama move.
Mama move.
Come on, hey mommy. Come on, hey brother. 누가 얘들 좀 말려줘. 귀여운 척, 섹시한 척, 이쁜 척 그런 거 안 해도 날 알아보는 너. 센스맨은 말투 표정 그동 가만히
That's my bad. I'm trying to get down so you can see. I know it's not the smallest guy. Oh gosh.
Come on, 거기 mister. Come on, 이리 와봐. 천천히 아주
right on your feet.
조금씩. 거기 미소가 예쁜 남자.
Come on. Okay.
Yeah, that's a stomp.
자꾸 떠오르는 모델 너라면 난 this wonder 24시간 지금 이 순간 Come on 나를 봐봐 Come on 넌 이 smolder 이젠 우릴 말리지 마 여기 미소가 예쁜 남자
That's cruel.
Woo!
Yeah.
I think
jump,
some
jump,
of those
jump, jump.
Yeah.
are like
Clown shoes.
well, 'cause you can, but a lot of the, especially when you get to the higher level modern doubles, yes. Well, and like there was a song that Brian and I were playing earlier that had like it was like jump to jump to jump like boom boom boom. So it's like realistically, yeah, because it was like that and then back around.
Clown shooting a term, or I just coined that?
You just coined it.
You see the like sideshow Bob shoe.
Yes.
These
Well,
come in handy.
We need some rakes.
And on
Yes.
on the modern bracketless stages,
It's easy.
it's really easy to do. Because I know, like, I think I told Brian this, like, I was talking to Jason at one point, and he said he was somewhere a while back that had it was an old stage on a new
So
mix.
much harder to play.
Well, he said there were a couple songs he tried and he just couldn't pass.
You want to tag out?
Sure.
Tag out, man. Tag out. Oh, you left him hanging.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Tagalicious. Killtagular.
I'm doing.
I do speak.
I apologize.
Speak Tagalog?
I apologize that I'm doing a terrible job at following the chat tonight, and I do not promise to do better.
They're along for the ride tonight.
I might do better. but I don't promise it.
Routines?
Yeah,
All right.
that's what we're here for.
Okay, we're here for the routine.
I got people here.
For the routine.
I can play this stuff on myself
Hi,
anytime I
everyone.
want. I was saying this on the last stream. Whenever I do that code, I'm always facing to the left. Trying to do it facing this way.
Feels unnatural.
Yeah, my brain just is like, what are you doing? Are you even going to remain standing? You're just going to fall down.
You're driving on the left side of your mental road.
Yeah, in fact, not only that,
All tunes. World of PIU. Extra Zone. Short Time. Co-op play.
okay. What sounds good?
That one sounds scary.
It does. I think Sim and I did it. Is this actually in 3? It sounds it.
Yeah.
Cause like, can DDR do 3?
Yes, you can.
It didn't always. It couldn't always.
It was added in fourth place for Cutie Chaser.
Oh.
All right, let's see what this one looks like.
Waltz of Doge coins. Oh shit, sorry.
What? Skip. Just stay there. Oh, I guess we could have. Okay, go ahead.
It was just a preview of what's to come.
I guess so.
Hi. It did feel like a waltz.
It did.
Of Doge.
Of Doge.
Waltz of Doge?
Yes. In fact, it in fact felt like teaching. It did in fact feel like
Wow,
teaching a Doge to waltz. You can imagine how that might go. See, we even got D for Doge.
Oh, you're right. We did it. We did it.
Next stage.
Huh?
How many Dogecoin does Elon own?
Who cares? Not 44 billion.
3 tweets worth.
Did you see where apparently, like, some... just basically gave them admin access. Like, they could view DMs for people and things like that.
Nice.
It's like... I don't think they have an anything team.
Yeah.
I think, you know,
They canned them all.
I think Joe might still be there doing something from time to time. And maybe Bill.
The city of San Francisco is investigating them over zoning violations. And apparently they started setting up some of the
Yes, they did. Yes.
All right, how about some Big Bang?
All right. Let's theorize it will be fun.
Apparently
Sober.
the bedroom
We should drink.
was like
That's me right now during this song. Just upside down. In over my head.
I just need a giant room-sized gimbal.
제발 좀 잘난 척하지 마. 알고 보면 네가 제일 불쌍해. 그래 나도 자극 시켜봐. 잠깐 재미라도 볼 수 있게. 너도 잘 돌려도 잡혀들만 좋다. 사랑이가 찢어져 빠질 테니까. 사랑 좋다 우정 좋다 말들 하지만 단호해 네 통수가 길을 테니까. Hey doctor doctor
Hi, nailed it.
살려줘요. 확 돌아버린 됐으니까 어설픈 말들로 둘러대지 말고 Hear me say 정신이다 흔들어봐 뭐가 나와 수가 없어 정신이다 제일 싫어하는 너 어지러운 할 수가 없어 시간은 더럽게 안 가고 내리 만든 죽은 듯 사랑 할래를 원하게 만든
I see it, but can my feet do it?
Oh, this is fun.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, that was actually really fun there at the
Woo!
end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Light feet, light feet.
Yeah.
Need light feet.
God. Wow, new record.
La 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 la. D for Doge.
D for Doge.
Game over.
Game over.
2,
Well, it's 2 plus a bonus.
if we get the bonus.
We did not earn the bonus.
Is it 2 A's to get a bonus?
I think so.
yes, 2 A's or S's.
No, S's don't get you the bonus. You're too good.
What I love is that all bads, S. All goods and a miss, F.
Still?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they've changed that, but it used to be that no misses was an S.
We got a goal.
All right. Who wants in?
Oh,
Go for ass.
go for
That's A and double S.
go for the S. Go for the ass.
Go for the
Go
ass.
for the ass.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
Depends on what the other person says.
No, I mean like in UFC.
Oh,
Pretty sure that's illegal.
yeah.
I don't think you can attack the ass.
Okay.
Maybe. It's definitely illegal in boxing.
Hello, everyone. From now on, I will
Giant enemy
introduce ways that can.
Hey, Ryan. Winners don't need straws.
Good thing I'm a big ass loser. Ass loser? I lost my ass.
All tunes. World of PIE Extra Zone. Ooh, how about play?
Drunken pump is hard.
Drunken Pump is indeed hard.
Well, there's a little bit of a bomber curve, but it's mostly just harder. I've tried it. Well, actually, I haven't tried Drunken Pump. I've tried Drunken DDR.
Drunk Revolution.
You pick. You.
I'm in control. Wait, which was the one that they did with the stopping chart? Is it this one?
No.
I know we did that. You sure it wasn't that one? I think it was this one. Okay. I want to try.
I would prefer a speed bump.
Oh yeah, go ahead. 2 or 3 or 4.
I would say
Extra Zone.
it was pretty dense, so I would say.
How about play? How about play?
Oh, did they bring back the stock good for speed?
Yeah, they have. I forget when it came back, but it did come back. Not just now, and not. I think it was either in Prime or Fiesta 2. Was this the one that you guys did? That okay. Why aren't we getting this?
See?
You have to hit it after.
Sound, that's what it was. Which was not on beat.
Yeah.
It was the off, it was the up.
Yeah, that. So.
I heard it.
Yeah, it's
I
the
didn't
little whoop afterward.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like, hey, whoop, whoop.
I see. Okay.
I whipped it last time and if I was watching it
Wow, new record!
Okay.
I just started double jumping it, and I noticed it was giving it to me on the other.
Interesting. Okay. I will remember that.
but it lines up and stops on the beat.
Yes,
Yes.
which is really, really weird.
And it's not doing the thing that the pattern just before it did.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Which
Yeah.
is on the beat.
That makes that. That's tricky. That is real tricky.
1920 1088. Oh yeah, because 1080 is not a multiple of 16.
Where is what? What are you looking at?
1088, which is normal. So ATSC 1920 1080 is actually 1920 1088, and they just blank out A of the lines. The reason for that is that 1080 comes from an old analog standard, and MPEG doesn't actually support that resolution.
I may have also done that. I may have also entered that.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
MPEG doesn't actually support 1920 1080.
I love play.
It supports 1920, but not 1080. It has to be a multiple of 16 or 32 to 16.
Well, you're in control, so.
I am.
Also, hey, Basic A. See, I'm doing somewhat better at keeping up with the chat. And by somewhat, I mean I looked at it. That is not asteroids.
It is not. Have we done it yet?
Nope. And you got 10 seconds, so
It doesn't sound like utterly ridiculous. 3.5 yet. Okay, I retract my statement about not being ridiculous.
I mean, it's not ridiculous, but it is also not easy.
Right?
Why are you doing that to me? Sorry. Oh, fuck off.
Whoop, that's my fault. Yeah, okay then.
Oh, thanks. What did I say about... This is where the song would end.
Right?
But you play Modern Pump, so you get more steps.
I don't know what you'd use other than MPEG, but yes. Pump Suite uses MPEG too. At least they less than check.
New record!
F, new record.
Game over.
I guess they could use oh, what is it? VP whatever
VP, whatever.
instead of MPEG for the backgrounds. Which then they wouldn't actually have to worry about patents, although all the patents on MPEG 2 are expired.
Hooray! And also, your legacy content just comes on over, since that's what they've been doing since they've been doing it.
I know that I know that all the patents on MPEG 2 are expired because it is now possible, as of actually a few years ago, 2018, I think, to make a completely royalty-free ATSC decoder.
Nice.
Like receiver. Just in time for ATSC 3, which uses AC4, which brings no materially better things to the table, but by golly, it's patented.
Right? One guess why we did this.
Right? Because Dolby said so.
Right. Didn't you say that it's also MPEG 2 at like some exorbitant
Pump?
bit rate?
Yeah, pump, at least back in the
Like
back
the
in like
XC2
Exceed 0,
days.
XC2 0. That was it was MPEG 2
Was
at
it like 8 or 9
9
megabit?
megabit CBR. So like
Here, have some bits.
DVD max, constant bitrate. I mean, they had a hard drive.
Sure. Yeah, but those early hard drives were what, 40?
Yeah, that's still like
early ones?
that's still 8 times the size of a DVD.
I know. I'm just saying. Weren't they?
I think they might have been 30s.
Were there 30s?
I think they might. I think 66. Exceed 2 might have been 30.
I have an Exceed 1 drive. I could look and see how big it is, but I don't remember. I would also have to tear it out of my MK5, which I don't feel like doing right now.
I think Exceed 2 was a 30. And then 0 was either a 40 or a 60. I mean, I'm sure it was just the smallest drive they could buy.
Which now is like 4 terabytes.
No. You can still get 1 terabyte drives in 3.5.
Okay. Ooh.
And you can get half terabyte drives in 2.5.
Is that half of one platter?
That is one side of one platter. Yes.
Right.
And I assume that's, we put one platter in and one side had unrecoverable errors.
We bend it, turn it over, bend it that way.
Yes. Yes. XX is still MPEG 2. I'm not surprised. I mean, it works. 2DX moving from MPEG 2 to WMV isn't surprising since it runs on Windows.
Yeah.
And I assume it's the classic Windows Media Video codec, which is
Was
MPEG 4
actually-
derived.
What do you call 2DX? Like early 2DX was MPEG 1, wasn't it?
It was VCDs, so
Yeah.
it would have been MPEG 1. The
Yeah.
later ones were DVDs, so that would have been MPEG 2.
Back in the day.
It's like cats.
Like cats, indeed. Like cats times 3. Cats with a speed mod.
1 terabyte hard drive, apparently for XX, which, like I said, is I think the smallest you can buy.
Right. It's not like it's full. It's just what else?
2DX used VCD except for 8th and I think 7th style. I know 8th style was a DVD, and I think 7th style might also have been a DVD. But yes, the older ones were VCDs in a DVD player, and it looked like hot garbage.
The DVD player?
Well, yes, but the VCD especially, because I mean that's MPEG 2 at 1x CD bitrate.
You mean MPEG 1?
MPEG
MPEG
1
at-
at 1x at
Which is what, 150 kilobit?
150 kilobit.
Yeah. I mean, the good news is it was probably because they also the video was only the
Well, that's true. So they could at least most of what it's encoding is black space.
right. It was only the shape of
Yes.
the window in the middle.
Yes.
So like they could throw away the corners and stuff like that.
Oh, apparently they also ship XX on SSDs, which is cool. I wondered when they were going to do that because, like, I think it's actually cheaper than a hard drive at this point.
I wonder how much they just bought a gross of hard drives at some point, and they're
Yeah.
just using them until they get rid of them.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And so they finally
Got
used
rid
them
of-
all
they
up.
finally used them all.
And now it's like, oh, I guess we need to order some more drives. It's like, what's cheap?
Right.
SSDs. Here we go. It's a feature. Double X now on SSD.
Chinese Thomas Train episodes.
Wow. I was going to say.
Yeah, no, VCDs were really popular in China. China also had SVCD,
I remember.
which was not really a standard, but I mean, it's MPEG 2 on a VCD at. They did up the bitrate too, but of course that meant you didn't get an hour on the disc. You only got like 20 or 30 minutes on the disc.
So then you run into the Laserdisc problem where a movie comes on multiple discs.
Yeah.
EVD. I don't know. I don't remember EVD.
I don't remember EVD.
That does not sound familiar to me.
I would think that. I mean, the game uses the drive constantly, but it's almost entirely just reading. And given temperature and vibration, I would think it would writes to the drive constantly. Yeah, but I mean, even cheap SSDs do wear leveling.
So I will say, in my own personal experience, and you can tell me if this lines up with anything that makes any kind of sense to you. I have had some SSDs go bad on me, including at least one good one.
Yeah, they tend to just
Right.
all
And
at once.
That's the thing that I was just going to say. The 2 or 3 SSDs that I've had that crapped out, they were just like literally 1 minute working, the next minute completely unusable. Like
yeah.
the computer doesn't even recognize that there's anything plugged in there.
They've gotten a lot better about that.
Yeah. Whereas hard drives, I've had some hard drives fail on me over the years, although not really that many, even though I used them for fucking ever. Like I've got a box of hard drives, many of which are now 15.
Oh yeah, I've got a
years
box
old.
of 20-year-old hard drives, and most of them still work fine.
Yeah, that
But-
I just have as spares, and I'll pull them out and I'll use it, and it works fine.
I think I've only toasted one SSD ever.
Yeah.
And I've lost substantially more hard drives over the years, although I've also had more hard drives.
Right, but what I was going to say is, usually, in my experience, usually when the hard drives go bad, they start acting funny.
Because they mechanically go bad.
Right, and you have some amount of time to like rescue things that you might care about before it is completely unusable.
The modern SSDs have gotten a little better about that.
Have they?
They're better about duplicating metadata, journaling things. Because the reason they go poof is that
I think the controller board dies.
Well, either the controller board dies, in which case it's just going to go poof no matter what.
Right.
But that's hard drives occasionally did that too.
Sure.
And then they did just go poof. I've in fact,
Although you can do the trick where you
Swap
swap the
the-
drive,
yes,
the
yes.
board, which is a lot more difficult to do.
It is, it
on
is.
a SSD when the chips are literally soldered to the board.
it is. The most of the time in my experience, the SSDs, I haven't had one. Like I said, I think I've only lost one, and it
SSD?
didn't. Yeah, and it didn't like the it's still enumerated, but it had what it was. It had no data on it. Like it showed as blank.
This one is dead.
Really?
Yes.
That's exactly what I put in my laptop. And I
Yeah.
can see that's actually a Lenovo part.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This
though.
is the one that came in my.
But
in
that's an Intel
laptop.
520. That's an old SSD.
I know, but it was
It was a good one.
a good one.
It was a very good one.
for the time.
Yes.
And it, like I said, it literally just
So
stopped working.
what usually happened on those was that they went to write something, and when it went to write the metadata, that failed. And oftentimes those early ones had no real error handling to speak of.
Yeah. So
And they just went poof.
this one also went poof, but that was no surprise at all.
OCZ Agility 3. Yeah, man. What was that? Like, how big is it? And when's it from? Because that was probably what, like a 60 gig, or pardon me, a $60 drive?
This is 240.
Okay, so it might have been more than $60.
It does not seem to have a date code that I can see. But yes, this was cheap.
Yeah.
This was cheap. When it died, I was not at all surprised.
The one I have that died was, it's actually a SanDisk brand, but like, I think it was $40.
Really a SanDisk?
I bought it. I didn't buy it on Amazon, so I like how that's my explanation for was it a fake or not. Well, I didn't buy it on Amazon.
I mean,
so
that is a reasonable that bodes well.
yes. I think I actually bought it in person at Best Buy.
I just know then likely it was a real SanDisk.
Yeah, no. SanDisk is a very, very
It is
popular.
highly counterfeit.
Yes.
Many.
I definitely have some micro SD cards that I got from Amazon. No surprise, sold by Amazon. But of course they do come in with inventory. Where the packaging all look legit, the card looks legit. It is not real. Like it does not attain the performance advertised, and one of them is actually a much smaller card than it is.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. What's the smallest you've ever gotten in that way? I've heard of people getting 32 meg cards.
Oh, me personally, I've never bought any. Have I bought any SSDs from Amazon? I guess once I did.
Usually it's not SSDs, it's usually micro SD cards. Those are heavily counterfeited.
Yeah, and I have not bought very many from there.
Yeah.
So
I've heard of people buying like 256 or 512 gig cards, so large cards.
No, I believe-
And getting 32 meg cards.
nice. Yeah. No, I mean I'm aware of that problem. It has not actually happened to me personally. So
Usually those are like you're not really even getting scammed. Like,
well, I mean, yeah, you've paid $3.99 for it,
Right.
So, and I mean $3.99. So.
and it's not even like a major name brand. It's a
it's a I fell asleep on my keyboard name, right? What brand is that?
right? That's the case that's on my phone right now. I mean, it's literally like all the letters are right next to each other on the keyboard. Somebody
Excellent.
smashed the keyboard.
Excellent. That means something in English, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair,
She. Have you heard that one?
maybe.
So, I mean, Chinese, as you're aware, is a tonal language.
Yes.
So, like, the
Oh,
word
yeah.
she can mean, like, a gajillion different things depending on how you say it. And somebody wrote an entire poem that, if you Romanize it, is just she.
Nice.
You can kind of do it in English. The word is buffalo. Buffalo. But it doesn't
fuck.
work. I mean, kind of, but it doesn't work nearly as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Is Amazon still pushing me to watch Ring of Power? Of course. Am I going to? Probably not. Am I thinking of dropping my Amazon Prime subscription? Yeah.
All right. Shall we try a 3-person? Does anyone want to come try a 3-person?
Can she be the third person?
She or she?
Is there something trademarked or copywritten?
Do you mind if you get banned in China?
I mean, so interestingly,
Because I could make a Winnie the Pooh joke.
on the
And now you're banned in China.
but in Belinda and my last karaoke stream, so she picked 99 Red Balloons, and I was like, oh, that's gonna get us blocked.
Yes.
because it does. It's like the one song that, in my experience, consistently gets blocked on YouTube. I've had a lot of other songs over the couple of years or 2-3 years I've been doing this that sometimes get blocked, but that one consistently, every single time.
So here's an interesting
blocked.
one. Does YouTube have any way to, like, a priori, rather than contesting it, like a priori say, I have paid all of the relevant licensing for this? Because
You mean like ahead of time?
yeah,
No.
because like
Not that I know of.
because like you could just pay Carafun for public performance,
could.
and you should be good at that point. Now I don't know what the terms of Carafun's public performance are. It may be in person only.
Yeah.
But
Anyway, but amusingly, so a while back there were you were talking about China, and
Yes.
it reminded me a while back a number of songs kept getting blocked in 4 countries: North Korea.
okay.
What was it? It was North Korea, I think.
That's your target demo.
Yeah, Syria, I believe.
Okay. So currently we're just enumerating the U.S. list of like thou
Yeah.
shalt not do any business with these people.
I think it might have been Myanmar.
Okay, that's on that
Or
list
something.
too.
I can't remember what for, but to me, when I read the list, I looked at it and I'm like, these people can't see this anyway.
Well, and
like it is. I'm sure YouTube is just blocked in their country altogether.
well, and I would think
Except
that
for at the Imperial Palace.
well, and I would think
In-
that
in the
YouTube
private.
would be largely prohibited from doing business with those countries by U.S. law.
right. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna not care about this, but in the last stream, which it didn't end up mattering because 99 Red Balloons got the whole stream blocked.
Oh wow.
But yeah, it's one of those that it's just like dead. Interesting. But Billy Joel, "Good Night, My Angel," got blocked in Russia. Only,
Interesting.
just Russia.
Interesting.
But so the thing about it is,
Well, I haven't just like it's karaoke.
Did you sing it with a Russian accent?
I sang it in Russian. No, I did not.
It's
flying
karaoke, so
Ukrainian flag,
that's
like-
not
Yeah.
interesting because
You
that
know-
means the rights claim would have been on the music, not the performance.
Which is reasonable.
Which is reasonable, but in theory, you can just pay the mechanical on it.
Yeah. But what's funny too is there have been times where so what's great is when we'll sing a song and it'll get claimed, but the specific version of the song that gets claimed is like a particular cover
Right.
of the song. So it's like, you know, musically it sounds the same as what
Right.
the you know the well-known version would be, but it's like, oh, you played on your well, because there was one where it was like, what was it? It was I think it was the Police song, "Every Breath You Take." I think kept getting claimed as the time that it was performed in the show Lucifer.
YouTube. I mean, it's all AI, and YouTube's copyright matching is very aggressive
Yeah.
and very dumb.
For that, Lucifer is a currently running series that
They're going to be
they,
aggressive
they-
about.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, I mean,
the
that's
copyright
fine,
holders of
but
Lucifer are like Netflix is probably has
It's
an
just-
active scan on that.
I just
currently.
wonder what it was about, you know, like, I guess in my case specifically, my karaoke performance that sounded more like that than like the original song.
My guess is that Netflix has an active search.
Yeah.
algorithm
Netflix
for
probably
it.
matched it and
Yeah.
submitted the claim rather than content AI on YouTube
Yeah.
matching it.
or their licensed content AI.
Sting doesn't care.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was saying is like you can have permission from the actual rights holders of well, hell, Blender has some like little shorts they've put out. Blender, the 3D program, has some shorts they've put out basically.
Will it
as-
blend?
No,
Different Blender.
As
Is that still going? I think it is actually.
It might be as like training and example content,
Uh-huh.
and they are specifically Creative Commons licensed. Like I think it's just CC BY, like pretty open even. And apparently some Blender user submitted some stuff to YouTube where they had remixed all the Blender content, which is completely allowed by the license. And some like Eastern European like broadcaster actually like DMCA striked them.
Yeah.
And to the extent that they filed a counterclaim, like an actual DMCA counterclaim with YouTube, because it was a real DMCA complaint, and YouTube denied it. And everybody's like, get a lawyer, I guess, because like this is completely allowed. In fact, the people who filed that DMCA complaint are arguably breaking the law.
do you think so?
Was the counterclaim automatically denied, or did a person review it?
Well, and that's the thing about YouTube, you never know.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the most high-profile one that I've heard of, apparently, like few years back, PewDiePie had an original song composed, performed,
Yes, and then
made a
somebody
music
else
video.
will claim it.
Someone else, DMCA striked it.
Yep.
He appealed it,
And they denied it.
and they denied it.
Well, and at that point,
And-
your remedy essentially is to sue the claimant.
Yeah, but it was like just some random.
Well, and the problem is they're
thing in
often
another
not
country.
even in the U.S.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was some random thing from down in like India or something like that, or another country where
Yeah.
it's like,
And
it's not worth my time to bother.
and the thing is,
Patent trolls.
and the
Yeah.
thing is, since YouTube is a private entity, it's owned by Google, but it's owned by Alphabet. Sorry, it's Y in the alphabet. But you have no real recourse against YouTube. They can do whatever they want. They are under no obligation to host your content. Now, you do have a potential defamation of title claim against the people who filed the DMCA notice in the first place, but that is by no means guaranteed to get your content restored on YouTube. That's just you can go after them for loss of revenue and punitive damages.
So, at the risk of going way off, like
What do you mean?
I know, right? Whatever. Too late. That ship sailed.
Yeah.
That's shit.
That's shishi.
Shit.
Shishi Winnie the Pooh.
But anyway, so
Pong.
Bing.
Pong.
now I've forgotten what I was going.
At the risk of going way off course on copyright violation
Yes,
issues
yes.
and suing people and YouTube not having to host anything.
Okay, so like it is still the precedent, right, that the platform is not really responsible for content that its users post, right?
As long as they comply with the DMCA, which is to say if they get a takedown complaint, they take it down. Yes.
But
YouTube goes above and beyond, much above and beyond. YouTube actively polices and actively takes down stuff that nobody has asked them to.
right. So I guess what's happening. So for instance, I know that like Content ID, the automated system,
Yes.
is basically okay. YouTube is saying, you use this person's copyrighted music, so any revenue that you would have generated
Yes.
from this is now going to go to the copyright
Correct.
holder. But the copyright holder, if they were going to come after somebody, they would be coming after me.
Correct.
Not YouTube.
Correct.
Okay.
What they would do is they would file a DMCA notice with YouTube.
Yes.
And YouTube would take the content down.
Yes.
And that absolves YouTube. At that point, YouTube is 100% absolved. You can then file a counterclaim if you feel it's appropriate, or not, doesn't matter. And despite YouTube taking the content down, you are still liable.
Yeah. So, I mean, in essence,
They would have to sue you in, like, real court.
yeah.
And I believe they would have to sue you in your jurisdiction.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, so like for me personally, I don't really care because I'm not monetized and I don't care about being monetized and none of that matters to me. So it doesn't matter. If they block me, oh well. If they demonetize me, oh well.
My real worry would be that they would just nuke your channel.
Right. Well, sure, but so in like.
It's very rare that a copyright claimant actually goes after somebody.
Sure, but
We're talking like uploaded entire movies to YouTube. For
in my situation where where I am not expecting to make money anyway, Content ID is actually kind of a shield for me.
A little
Because
bit.
because the copyright holders and YouTube have already agreed this is the remedy. You get his money.
The copyright
And we're
holders
not
and
going to-
YouTube have agreed to that between the copyright holders and YouTube.
So they could still come after
They could
me if they
absolutely
wanted
still
to.
come after you. Now the thing is, they would civilly. They would only be really. They wouldn't have any real claims of actual damages. In fact, if anything, you brought them money, which would be
You're welcome.
right. Now, copyright is weird in that it has humongous statutory civil damages, like utterly humongous, and also has a criminal element to it as well. So if anything, if they really wanted to, they could ask the local police to level criminal charges against you and throw you in prison.
Will I get sent to a white-collar resort prison, or...
no, it's a federal crime, so it would be a federal pound me in the ass penitentiary.
Federal pound me in the ass penitentiary. Excellent. We'll see if anybody gets that reference.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is Mickey Mouse at work.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare that criminal copyright, the criminal prosecutions for copyright infringement occur in cases of in cases of where there is no monetary gain.
Yeah, that feels more like a Napster level.
It is by statute it can occur, and of course the DVDs and Blu-rays will all make sure you're very aware of this fact for 10 seconds up front, unskippable. But it's very rare that such prosecutions actually occur. And civilly, again, could they go after you for statutory damages? Yes, but they would have a hard time proving they had any actual injury, because if anything, you made them money on YouTube.
Again, you're welcome.
I've not heard of it ever really happening for just small time. It's usually people like on YouTube. It's people who are like repeatedly uploading like entire movies and things like that. But it's just like,
What
no,
if you were acting as an LLC? Would that put shield them at all?
Actually, amusingly, it might. They'd have to sue the LLC first. Now, they can.
Because corporations are people.
Yes. Well, and that's
With lower tax rates.
and that's the whole point of a limited liability entity, is that anything the entity does, the officers are shielded from liability. Now, the thing is, if closely held businesses are comparatively easy so in civil matters, yes. In criminal matters, not at all.
I was gonna say, so what the problem I could see is if you set up an LLC and what you were doing was specifically known illegal activity.
In criminal matters, you're not shielded at all. The officers are liable. Unless you're a very big company, in which case, well, but in civil matters, they would have to specifically ask for piercing of the corporate veil, which the bar for that is actually quite high.
So first of all, I'm sure this is all exceptionally exciting.
Oh, I'm sure, yes.
No, specifically for my viewers outside of the U.S.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yes, riveting conversation.
Where the
right
digital,
here.
annoyingly, the U.S. has caused most other WPO signatories to adopt regulations similar to the DMCA.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but do you think? And I know, okay, disclaimer, not a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not even a lockpicking lawyer.
I anal.
I anal.
I anal as well.
Don't we all?
Welcome to Brian Ho's I Anal Stream. How you doing, restroom chat?
Wasn't that the sequel to iRobot?
Oh my lord.
Call Robo-Rooter when you flush your towel, and we can also help with that impacted bowel.
Oh, Jesus.
I anal.
Boy.
Riveting conversation.
Yeah. But, for
Boy, I love Pump It Up.
for the 12 of you that are still here, thank you. I appreciate that you were.
Oh, come on, Tim. You can't have a conversation about Pump It Up without talking about copyrights.
No.
It's true. Anyway.
And anal. Oh my gosh.
So, disclaimer, not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer. Nothing. And I'm definitely not your lawyer.
Correct. Correct. Is there an do you think there is a winnable argument here that what we're doing, specifically tonight, is fair use?
Winnable? Argument? Absolutely. It's definitely transformative in many ways. I mean, just witness the amount of time we're spending on things that aren't game content.
Well, especially considering you're not monetizing it.
Sure, that helps too.
What would there be?
There are like 4 primary tests to whether something is fair use. Whether you make any money off of them is one of them. Whether it's transformative is another one. How much of it you use? Like,
is it
what
like
fraction?
Review and parody?
Review and parody is another big one. Yes. I don't know if we're parodying it, but we are reviewing it.
So here's the
Well, this is one that, like, whenever like people get copyright claimed for doing a video game playthrough,
Yeah.
even if it's a literal entire playthrough, but if they're narrating the entire time about like, oh, this works well, this doesn't work, this is really hard, this is easy,
Right.
here's how you might do this. That's, I mean, most of the time most of the time all this stuff settles, but there is a real argument there, and the argument the copyright holder would make was that you use the entire game, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not fair use. You used 100% of the content.
Right.
The argument the playthrough person would be making would be, well, it was review, it was transformative, it was review.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't really any different than the old school whip out your copy of Nintendo Power and read how to play through Mario Brothers, except I'm doing it on YouTube instead of in print.
The interesting thing, like, to make the review argument for this, the thing that's really going to ding us is the music, and for the most part, we're not really talking about the music. Hi.
Ooh! Hi there, bud!
I don't know if you can see this on camera, but there's a little spider, coming down from the ceiling here. I'm gonna, so I always like to grab them from the web and be like,
Why don't you go over here?
here, you can be...
She's like, floor, please.
be there.
Yeah, the fact that we're not necessarily using the music, which is the major copyrightable, or the graphics,
Right.
which are the major copyrightable content. The step charts are copyrightable, but are a...
Yeah, who's gonna enforce that?
Well, and it's such a small portion of the creative content of the game. No more than a third. That helps. I mean, to wit, if we wanted to, we could mute the game and still do this stream in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be nearly as immersive, but we could do it.
And that is, in fact, what I like in the cases where I have had to, where I've gotten a claim that is either all regions, which happens to some songs. 99 Red Balloons is one of those. Or where it's major regions, where it's blocked in United States, Japan, South Korea, all of the
United
major
Kingdom,
artists.
France, Germany.
Yeah. And it's just well, okay, so basically anybody that I actually wanted to see this has no chance now.
Right.
Then I will go in and, mute the song or whatever.
I take it do you save multi-track so that you can go and regenerate the stream without just the game audio?
I do not.
Oh, you should.
I do not.
YouTube has clipping tools.
So here's the thing.
It would make it really easy, though.
YouTube-
I'm not talking about removing that. I'm talking about, resynthesizing the stream just without the game audio. So, I mean, you'd still get some off the mic, but...
So, two things. Number one, interestingly, YouTube's built-in feature for muting audio has a mode where you can just mute the offending song.
Because it knows what it is.
And it will leave any other sounds, or it'll try at least.
Right.
And it works remarkably well,
We
actually.
already played the Tribe Attacker 4-player co-op. We're not going to play it again.
It's hard to do only because,
There's stuff in the way.
yeah, in the way the machine is set up, it's difficult to, rotate around the whole stage.
You can't see it, but there's a light right. I'm touching the light right now.
Here, so just so you know, I'll show you. If you look on the right hand side there, you can see there's only that very small gap between the pump bar and the DDR bar, to try and get out on that side. And then on the other side, you're having there's a light there, and
Yeah.
There's a
also,
machine and a
taxi.
bulkhead.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. It's a tough thing to try and do. The way
It's tough without obstacles.
yeah.
It is, and putting all those obstacles in the way. It's one of those. It's not actually a very good chart, and the odds of injury and to personnel or hardware is too high.
And like you said on the stream where we played it, I think the only place I've seen it actually played, where a group played it and was relatively successful, was at an anime con where like Pump It Up was in the corner, and you had a bunch of space around, and I
Right.
think they ran 6 people.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to.
I
run
can say honestly,
quite as
4
fast.
is kind of on the low end for it.
Yeah.
Actually, it calls for.
I think it's 4 because
So
I don't
just
think
4.
you ever need more than 4 people on the pads.
Okay.
But there are times where like you need to get off of that side and get back to this side very quickly.
Yes.
We did that on Infinity, didn't we?
Yes.
So yeah, check the Infinity party stream, and it's in there somewhere. I'm sorry that I'm lazy and I don't like index my streams.
Don't go through and index every single song.
I've done it a couple of times, but
It's a lot of work.
it's hard. It's real fucking hard, actually.
That's the
Anyway,
only place
but
I've
what
seen
I
that
was
really
saying
do it
though is and I haven't tested it recently, but I am reluctant to use the YouTube editing functions, because it seems like if you use any of the YouTube editing functions, it destroys the chat log.
Well, that's annoying.
Now, I guess it doesn't destroy the chat log in its entirety, but it destroys the replay. So, like, if you were to watch the VOD on YouTube, normally you have the little window and the chat appears,
Right.
as it was appearing during the stream. That just goes away completely. It doesn't happen anymore. In fact, now that I think about it, that window doesn't appear at all. So I don't even know if you can access the chat. I can still from the editor, but I think a normal viewer cannot. Which is one of the reasons that I put the chat, burn it into the screen. The other reason being that everybody else seems to do it, so
Yeah.
whatever. But
Wake me up when YouTube has multi-angle support.
yeah, right. So I'm reluctant to use the YouTube editor. What I normally do is I just record the I am recording to my hard drive as I'm streaming. So I have a first generation
Right.
copy. So I'll just go in and make the edit myself.
I'm just thinking that if you recorded as the first generation copy every track, you could resynthesize that section of it, and either you could use the game audio to subtract it to do a 180 phase offset, or you could at least regenerate that section of the stream just no game audio, mic only.
I suspect the mic picks up quite a lot.
It probably does, given where it is. That's why I'm
Probably.
thinking you would probably. But the nice thing about having the game audio is that gives you a clean copy of what you then need to subtract out.
Yeah, I have not tried to do that. And the truth is, it has not been necessary most of the time. In fact, I want to say when I was doing DDR, I would only have to mute a song maybe 1 out of every 10 streams. On Pump, I don't think I've had to yet. And I've done 25 streams of this shit now, right?
Thanks, Andamiro.
Yeah, so...
Konami is the one known to be a little more.
It's not usually Konami that's going to be claiming it. It's
No.
it's all in the licenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
And,
the,
and of course, the
songs that
funny
they
thing
license.
is, in theory, these are licensed for public performance. Not that YouTube knows that.
You know what it probably is? I think DDR, especially console DDR, has a lot more like dedicated U.S. license.
It does,
Yes.
yes.
Pump doesn't really have that. Like-
Well,
like
and
Pump
console
is-
DDR would not have been licensed for public performance.
Yeah, and Pump has a lot more.
It's all K-pop.
Yeah, K-pop, which of course basically lives on YouTube anyway.
yes.
So I think they're pretty. I think.
What? We'll just monetize that and we'll be done.
Right. I think the K-pop labels are just like, fine, whatever.
Thanks for promoting our song.
Thank you. Right?
You can go buy that on iTunes, by the way.
Yeah. Woo. So they probably don't really care.
And
that
occasionally,
much.
you can even buy it on CD, Brian.
Yeah.
I bought a CD recently. It's Katy Perry.
Does she have a new one out?
No, I bought an old one.
Oh, nice. I think she does have a
She
new
does
one.
have a new one out, but no, I bought an old one.
And then, so yeah.
It
and
sounds
then,
really good.
I bet. There are some There. Do you remember Super
SACD?
SACD? That's
I
right.
do. In fact, SACD was the weird one. So, tech nerd alert. So,
You mean the last 30 minutes of
Sure.
this stream?
well, that was legal nerd alert. Tech nerd alert. DVD audio was exactly what you would think it is. Let's take audio, chuck it on a DVD medium, but linear PCM, high sampling rate, high resolution depth, right? SACD was bizarre. You remember the 1-bit DAC
I do.
from the late 90s where everybody had a 1-bit DAC?
I do.
So those are actually very common. That is a sigma delta or a delta sigma. I can never remember which way it goes. One's the A to D and the other's the D to A.
Is that a fraternity?
At my school, yes.
God, nerd.
Right? So the way those work is that they are essentially a 1-bit DAC, okay? And they just run it really, 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 really fast because Mr. Nyquist says, among other things Mr. Nyquist says that you can basically exchange sample depth for sampling rate. So if you run the sampling rate faster, you can crank the quantization all the way as far as you want, all the way to yes or no, in fact, if you want to. And so that's how I think that is a sigma delta A to D. I think that's right. So I think the D to A is the delta sigma. Anyway, so it turns out that, of course, PCM, which is what you're used to, where you sample the waveform and you come up with some bits that represents the value at that time, right? That's PCM, is the quote-unquote obvious way to store the waveform. Well, you can store it as essentially the 1-bit DAC equivalent. Okay, so you can actually store it on the medium as the stream that the 1-bit DAC would output. And that's actually what SACD did.
I recall SACDs were always gold in color.
Interesting. Wouldn't. Okay.
What I was gonna say, was that purely a cosmetic like marketing thing,
Yes.
or was there any?
I believe optically they were essentially DVD. They were not obviously.
That could also be a false memory or a too small a sample size, because it's not like I handled very many SACDs.
So like DVD audio was a DVD.
Yes.
Like it even had the UDF file system on it and all that sort of stuff. Not the UDF I would prefer to be having right now.
Ooh, have one of those and try and play.
Oh,
Goodbye.
double fist,
Oh.
double-fisted giants.
So, I will only explain this because not only is this a Americentric reference, this is
Midwest and not even all of the Midwest. It's basically Ohio.
This is basically like an Ohio reference, I think.
And southern and Cincinnati area of Indiana and Kentucky.
I think that's the only one in Indiana.
No, there's also one in Bright, which is it's down there.
I don't even know that. There's a gas station convenience store chain called United Dairy Farmers, and they
make homemade ice cream. If
Yes.
you've ever, which you can buy, I think, nationwide.
Can you?
You can definitely buy it here, like in a grocery store.
Yeah, they distribute.
So homemade ice cream is distributed more widely than the C-stores are.
But they have the two. They have two different brands there. They have the homemade, and then they have the UDF.
Yes, but homemade is made. It's UDF's upscale brand.
Oh, is
it's
it?
homemade?
It's
Yes.
theirs too? Okay.
Yes, it's their brand.
Yeah. Anyway, you can get.
They will make any ice cream into a milkshake.
Yes, and they are delicious, but also.
Gut bomb.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. And you can buy a large. Or it was a giant, and it's like a 32-ounce.
I think it's
styrofoam
a
fucking
32-ounce
cup of just ice cream and whole.
And they will
fucking
happily
milk.
make it double thick for you. If you
Yeah,
ask
it's
them
just
to.
and we collectively have a friend that will routinely order 2 of those and drink them in the space of 15 minutes.
I don't
or
know how he
something
does.
like
I don't
that.
know how he does it.
Yeah,
but he eats like a child. So
yeah,
and the convenience store has homemade brand ice cream, not homemade food. It's just a brand of ice cream.
Yeah.
yeah. So that's UDF anyway.
Yeah. So,
Not the what is it?
The
data
file system.
format?
The
What is that?
unified data. I don't know. Whatever. It's a file system. It's the file system used on DVDs and modern CDs, in fact.
Yes.
And Blu-ray. So DVD audio is exactly what you would think it is. It's a DVD. Like,
Will it play in a DVD player?
it will not play in a Well, it depends. Some of them were made to be compatible.
It will play in some DVD players.
Well, and some discs were made to be compatible with DVD players. Like, they would have essentially a DVD video on them that had no video, that was just an audio track.
I hope that they put the old Laserdisc turtle.
Turn me over!
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
I love that guy.
I do. But DVD audio was a DVD, like the bit format on the disc was DVD. It had a UDF file system.
But not a UDF milkshake.
But not a UDF milkshake.
Unless you spill it on there yourself, but probably not the best idea.
No, probably not. Although it should clean up okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's polycarbonate.
Do you remember the
And unlike CDs, the data is actually in the middle of the disc on DVD rather than on top.
So since we're already so far off topic, I'm going to go ahead and make this reference that I just thought of. There was a commercial, I want to say in the 90s, where and I don't even remember what it's for, but I remember in the commercial, it was like a father with a young son, and in one scene you see the son like starting to like scoop oatmeal out of his bowl toward the VCR.
Oh my gosh!
And in the next scene,
is he feeding the VCR?
Yeah, you see the dad come and he pushes eject on the VCR, and the cassette comes out, but preceded by a glob of oatmeal just going. That's
great.
You know?
That's great.
I think it was. If I recall, I believe it was a commercial for some credit card because it was their purchase protection.
Ah, okay, all right. I was thinking of that at an appliance store.
Yeah.
How many watts per channel?
50 watts per
50
channel.
watts per channel. Baby cakes.
Cakes. Boy, that is also a Midwestern deep cut.
Yes.
That's H.H. Gregg, by the way, for those of you.
Actually, it wasn't H.H.
Oh, was that Highland?
That was Highland.
Are you sure?
If you look it up on Google, it's Highland.
Oh,
or
all
it's
right.
not H.H. Gregg. I know that. Now, H.H. Gregg may have also used it. I don't know.
Was that a donut commercial? Oh, wow, that'd be great.
50 watts per channel, baby cakes.
Anyway.
How many watts per channel does pump do, you know?
I don't, but you probably do.
I actually don't, but I don't think it's 50.
It's probably a lot more, honestly.
Really? Those speakers aren't that big. 50 watts is really... I mean, Brian, let me come over sometime with a 1 watt
are we talking peak
amplifier.
or are we talking RMS?
We're talking RMS.
Okay.
We're not talking shot vacs here, Brian.
All right, so we're losing viewers because I think we're getting way down in the we're getting way down in the we're getting in the weeds here. So let's three players. Let's do this.
I was looking up I think it was a filter for shot vacs. And I loved how there's a big disclaimer on the Amazon listing for horsepower rating. Yeah. They're like, peak horsepower is not actually horsepower. It is a rating used in the wet dry vac industry.
In other words, we made this number up.
I know how they get it, and it's totally made it.
World of PI
It has absolutely nothing to do with actual...
How about play?
Okay.
Well, I know the walk behind lawnmower industry got hit by a class action.
And that's why they started rating them in torque rather than horsepower.
Yep.
This says 3.
Okay.
This sounds easy.
Right?
2.5 maybe?
Yeah.
Ziki!
All right. Are you taking
I'll take middle, I
number
guess.
2, which will, I think...
It
Yellow?
says LR. So it says LR and LR. L/R. It'll be
I
yellow.
think it's yellow, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be yellow. So I'll be red, you'll be blue, he'll be yellow. That was my bad.
What do you think? 15? 16?
It depends on whether you try to account for the fact that it's 3 people. I call it 15.
Hey,
15 by yourself? 16 is all?
wow,
Okay.
new record.
Holy moly. C for courage.
Milkshakes are awesome.
I
They
dig
tend
that.
to bring boys to yards.
They do. They do. Just yours?
It does.
It does. Does it bring all the boys to the yard or just some of them?
Original.
It brings the boys.
An IDF as opposed to a UDF. The Israeli Defense Force?
Wow.
It's a hell of a milkshake.
Milkshake cannon.
Oh. I am simultaneously happy and dismayed.
Jack in the Box had an old commercial.
Yeah.
I don't. It might have been from back in like back in the late '90s, or like back when I was on the West Coast. But they had one where it's like Jack's in there. It's like, here at Jack in the Box, we're constantly trying to innovate
Me too.
new methods to get food to our customers faster. And they like pan over, and there's this guy in front of like a gas station pump. And he like it's like he lifts it up and just goes. And it's like a milkshake slurry just blasting him in the face.
Yeah, considering those things do like 2 or 3 gallons a minute.
So earlier this week, I bought a gallon of milk at Costco.
Yes, as you do.
As you do. Although apparently not often for me, because I brought it home and there was a gallon of milk in the refrigerator,
Yeah. And
which I took out. It was opened at least, but it also was dated March 21st.
And it was probably still good.
No, it was not still good.
Because the Costco milk lasts for freaking ever.
Not 9 months.
No. No. Not long enough to make a baby. How's it combo?
I'm not good at 50 runs with a single color.
That does make it hurt. I can only guess at that. So I couldn't see. Oh!
What?
Oh! You don't have to hit him, okay. Oh, apparently you do. Did it say 3 people?
Yeah.
Well, it's actually 4.
I guess it's just a hand for somebody. Damn, our bar dropped fast.
Combo.
It wasn't as
I know we had a 2-player that we played earlier, where right at the end, like we had, I think
I saw it had some color there.
there's one yellow.
Yeah.
So I think they're basically being generous.
Somebody hit it.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
realistically, you wouldn't want a 4th person on there.
Well, if you did, you'd want somebody like just waiting and going, bonk,
Yeah.
bonk.
Well, if you were playing on the bracket list, you could just.
Yeah, that's true.
Ugh.
I need a drink.
Same.
Milkshake?
I need a UDF milkshake. Let's take a road
I
trip.
will make an exception for a UDF milkshake if you'd like to go grab some.
Where?
It'll only take an hour and a half.
The one that I know of is in Lawrenceburg, Indiana.
Ah.
Get
That's more
back
like
with
2
a bunch
hours,
of
isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 and a
warm melted ice cream.
quarter, 2 and a half. Because it's not even like right off the highway. In fact, actually the one in Brighton.
All right.
Say probably. I know there's some
Are there any more for it?
towards Columbus,
Yes.
like around Columbus area. So like that area might. I don't know how far
No,
east
Columbus
they go.
is farther. Dayton would be closer if there was any.
Yeah.
But just going straight across.
They're open 24 hours.
No.
Well, that's true. Well, not since COVID.
Yeah. What, Dayton, would you just straight across on 70? Should we go through more 3s, or do you want to try 4?
I'll sub in for a 3.
All right.
That response. We want to try a 4?
Well, part of
There, it's the thing is. Oh, look there. Pump it up.
PRIME2.
PRIME2.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
All tunes. World of PI.
They're really
all
fun.
tunes. Original.
It's just-
World
they're-
of PI Extra Zone.
They're not easy.
How I'll play.
we're getting tripped up on each other, but like if you knew the chart, it wouldn't be near this.
Original.
So we just did that. Okay, so here's another one.
One, 3, 1, 5, 7, 1, 5, 9.
What are you trying to? What
The
are you
old
trying to-
version skin code.
Oh.
3, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 5, 9, 5, 1, I think.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember it by number anymore. I just did it by like feel
Right,
after a long
right.
time.
You're
Okay.
in. You're up.
I'm in.
You're up.
I think you will most likely be yellow.
You will be yellow.
We're playing that scary sounding song we just heard.
Not B.
What?
The collisions are truly special.
Oh, God.
3,477. Perfect.
Wow. New record.
And it's a D.
Well, yeah, because you got 427 misses. there are crazy charts with fewer steps on them.
True.
Lots of them.
Dave.
Now,
To be fair, there were a lot of holds there.
there were. I remember playing DER back on the Extreme era and thinking if I got 1,000 perfects in a set.
It's true. You mean like 3 songs?
Yeah, or on a nonstop. Well, that was the perfect spot. Marvelous. Oh man, I still have the picture. I think I was one step from AAA Can't Stop Falling in Love Speed Mix double by score.
Wow.
Like I had 8 greats, and I think if I turned one of the greats into a marvelous, I would have done it.
Damn.
Because I only had like 30 something perfects.
Are you Brian Ho 25? Is that right?
Yee.
Okay.
That me.
Shoryun.
Let's myrtleize them.
Myrtleize?
Moidalize them.
It's the 3 ninjas. Which is appropriate.
Let's turtleize.
Let's do it.
Then you need 4.
Then we need 4.
Then you need 4 ninjas.
I don't know about you, but I'm pretty clumsy and not subtle about it, so I don't think I get ninja status.
Gonna do those flip flop holds.
Yep.
I really enjoyed that chart.
Yeah, no.
They're fun.
They're fun.
You just run into each other a few times.
D?
Okay.
Yay!
Good.
Holy, that's 150 duo.
Wow. New record.
Alright.
Type of massage.
Do what?
It's just the type of massage.
Game over.
For you.
Last massage.
No, it's ass massage. For you.
Alright. I don't know how many more 3-person ones there
I don't
are.
think there are very many. You still have this out.
I do. Well, I was going to hand it off to you. Because I said I was going to. And I don't need it.
Release.
Not that I've seen.
The system works.
Type A.
It's type A. It's always looking at its watch.
Is it time to leak yet? No. Time to leak yet? No. Alright, let me see if there are additional 3-person ones. There's a bunch of 4s though, so.
Oh boy.
Does it tell you?
Yes. They added that.
Okay.
Yeah, tells you how many players, doesn't tell you the difficulty.
Hello, everyone. All tuned of PI Extra Zone.
As I recall, Infinity told you everything. The difference was that some of the Infinity ratings were questionable.
Yes.
But they at least gave you an idea.
Original.
They did. Well, except for that one was customer request. The 60 voice.
Yeah, we just did that one. We we've done this one before.
I think we're now into older. Yeah, we're into older stuff now.
This is all.
Yep.
So we've probably done these ones.
K-pop.
Oh yeah, we didn't do this. 'Cause you guys weren't here.
3.
It's a 3.
I can do it. Go nuts.
Co-op play. Extra zone. Co-op play.
Guess I'm yellow.
Sure. Unless you want to do something else.
Doesn't matter. Bar. They win.
Wow. On the
See?
I think we're doing the dance.
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah, if you're in the middle, you have to be like thin.
I wonder if any of these girls have attempted to do this.
I don't know.
Oh man. I feel like I'm getting shaved in the middle.
Yeah, right?
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, like when I was in the middle, I was like this.
Well, I had a bunch. I just. See, there was times where you were both up here, and I was doing like.
Yes.
Wow! New
Luckily, it
record!
was the same pattern. So after the first couple times,
Yes.
like, okay,
There were a few that I just guessed because I
I'm
couldn't
gonna
read
go.
them. Like there's somebody in front of me.
That was fun though. That was cute.
Next stage.
Let's try.
Next stage. Certainly not join the party, but closer. Yeah, kind of.
Join the Party needs a routine, Charles. It's not on the game anymore.
I don't know.
Right?
3x or 2? 2-5.
2-5 or 3s is fine with me.
Co-op play. Short cut.
The easier one?
I think either one.
Oh, either one.
I said that would probably be 2-5.
If it's a fast song, I'm not gonna be able to keep up.
Co-op play.
Well, I mean, like, if it's the fastest step song. So the BPM on the routine doesn't necessarily mean much of anything.
In effect, boss without power.
Without.
I am yellow.
So it's the pointing head boss.
Nice.
Definitely in that
Tim
last
was sandwiched in the middle.
when that last part it had me going da 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 splits da 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 splits.
I've seen that.
That was the oh hell no.
I got those on one, and I missed like the split, but I got like both fronts and both backs.
Wild.
Shunhua needs a.
Goddamn, yeah. So did this originate in
Me too.
Pro or Pro 2?
I believe it was pro.
Actually, I think the first thing that had them was Fiesta,
Really?
but they weren't
Short
colored.
time.
They were just double charts. Like Sorcerer's Elise originally was just a double chart.
Was that Fiesta?
Fiesta
1?
1.
Which that was before Pro?
That was before Pro. I think. Pro added the color code. And then mainline adopted it.
Original.
Like, for Fiesta.
Oh, did it kick you out of? Oh, it's in short. So.
Yeah, we did not earn the we didn't earn a full bonus. We just got we got half a bonus. So I mean, I guess that means we got an A on one of them and then
World
not an A on the
music.
other. I think there's only
New
two.
tunes.
Wanna play Raw?
So I think there's this, which we tried.
And then there should be Raw.
Well, I was seeing if there's any other one that's supposed to be
World music.
co-op, and I don't think there is.
New
Oh, is the Raw not in
tunes.
here?
Almost on tape. Part of the end.
Original.
I mean, it was called a CQ. Huh. Let's check it out.
They're all.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, they just call it an activity. So,
What does it look like as a single?
give it a shot.
One.
Oh, this. I don't know. Give it a shot.
Is this a real single? Is this a real chart? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the shortcuts are like hard because they're so short that they figured you won't get tired. Yes. Yeah, those are fun shoes.
Oh. I can't. You got it.
No way!
So I think that was all that. No, I don't know what the all the trees. No, I think there might be more trees. We'll find out.
Yeah, the levels it enters into another nightmare is dumb. Because it's not actually it's just you never cross it.
It's a couples chart.
Essentially. It's the another crazy and another hard.
Hello, everyone.
It is hard because you have to both play it correctly.
All tunes. World of PI Extra Zone. Short time.
It seems like it is
Co-op
rating
play.
all of our stuff separate.
Original.
It didn't use
Yeah. Because I've noticed that we've been like when somebody's holding a combo or holding a hold,
Right.
it keeps going even though somebody's missing.
well, like I'll see, like it'll
steps.
give you the hold, and then it'll give you the miss on the step.
Yeah. Where were we? We were. No, okay, we were past this.
K-pop.
There you go.
We just did that.
World music.
Before.
J music.
We need a third player. Oh yeah, put it on Earth mode.
Sure.
Why don't you put it on like seed mode while we're at it?
What does it see?
The arrows go like this.
Oh, great.
It's one of the few mods I can't read.
There's a weak link to the song. Hopefully it'll give you a break. You definitely have the hardest part there for a second.
Mine was like constantly turning back like that.
Good lord!
Oh, God.
Great time, Mike. Did you see that song
Wow, new record.
in co-op mode? 'Cause that's all we're really doing tonight. And if you did, was it a 2, 3, 4 people?
Next stage.
Another 3.
New tunes.
Okay, and that's
J
this is it. This is
music.
the end.
Bad end.
Pretty-
Bad end night. With infinities.
True.
Bad Infinity, 9 Infinity. Bad.
Bad infinity. Bad end infinity night.
Bad drunk 8 and drunk 8.
Drunk 8.
Drunk 8.
Is that like a sensei except they're drunk?
Yes.
A drunk 8?
Just fell over. Drunk 8. Jazzy tune.
This is more like it.
Wow. Swing. Swing.
right.
Yeah,
What were you saying about gallops?
there they all are. That makes up for every other song that never had them.
Oh, God. Wow, new record.
All of them.
I'm going to suck it.
Fair.
Game over.
In fact, I am going to push BRB for a moment, because... But anyway, I guess give us a 5 or 10 minutes or so.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Smoke if you got them.
Smoke if you got them.
And we'll be back to look at some of these 4-person ones, I guess. So anyway, stick around, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, we are back. We literally all just sat down and we were having another, like, another conversation about another random topic, and yeah, and I don't know about the rest of you guys, but like after sitting down, I was like, sitting down was a mistake. But
You're only 19, Brian.
I'm not. I am, in fact, more than double that. So,
I am almost double that.
yeah. But anyway, but then I was like, we should probably get back. So for those of you that are, still hanging out, which according to Blah here says 10. So cool, thanks. Not request time yet. We're gonna.
I think we got a few more 4-player routines.
Yeah, we want to look at some 4-player routines and see what we got. So, are you ready?
We are born ready.
Somebody is gonna have to
Die.
play World Cup, I guess.
I can do that.
Is that soccer balls?
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that the 4th player?
Yes.
Fucking soccer balls.
I can mostly read it.
Okay. I'm quite bad at the soccer balls.
It is rare that I'm the weak link at a
I can read the Zuza
game.
Duck skin, so I assume I can read soccer balls.
I feel like if you were to just stay here for a few hours, next week you would be. I'd be
From now on,
rolling with you.
I'm
Pretty
ready.
close. Yeah.
Weak link is strong.
All tuned. World of the Extra Zone. Shortcut. How
I
about
keep running out of stamina.
You didn't actually play a whole lot of Pump, did you?
No.
Back in the day, I mean.
Back in the day.
original?
I played enough to be dangerous, but then just the patterns are so
Much more fun? Yes, you're
yeah,
right.
I mean, yeah, they are, but they also just
Especially
like
when you start
require.
learning
Yeah,
crossover.
There's a lot more of them.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. There's so many like permutations that didn't. exist.
Zero really only has like
World
one
music.
crossover.
There, turn this way or turn this way.
Right.
Okay, so there's that one that we're not doing.
We're not doing that one. It's stupid.
So are there any 4 players that
J
are
music.
I don't know.
I thought there was at least one or two,
Me
but
too.
I guess not.
We're in.
Alright, well.
All right, well,
We aren't much in the way of 4 players on here.
okay, Pichu, I guess request time.
Somebody wanted me to play Secret Secret.
Is it
I
even in
love
here?
play. Extra Zone.
We have 10 seconds to find it.
They need a button for just like reset.
Oh look, my credits still exist too.
Didn't play well.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that on like 573DER in event mode.
Yeah, that hasn't been around in a hot minute.
Hello, everyone.
And no menu.
I mean, I guess I could turn
All tunes.
I'm trying to think. That's technically
World
world
of
music.
PIU.
Oh, is it?
I think so, because I think it's a Chinese.
Difficulty zone double. World of PIU. Original K-pop. World music. World music.
And I don't think it's in here. Oh, but I'm wrong.
They wanted me to play, I assume, the 14th.
World of
I never
PIU.
played.
World of PIU.
Not bad for never having played it.
What's that? What was it? Rated 14?
Yeah! I knew you could do it! Wow! New record!
Didn't look confident. It looked slightly stamina busting in a few places.
Few places.
Next stage!
Alright. Other requests? Did the one that I saw. You can set rivals in www.PIUgame.com.
Hopefully they won't lose your data.
World music! K-pop tunes!
Oh, bang, bang, bang! Is it 19? Right. That's like 20. I'm not going to play this one. I'll play the 16. Okay. What were you saying about gimmicks? Those were good use of gimmicks. Like, it didn't really detract from the music.
Yeah! I knew you could do it! Wow! New record!
I will. Here you go. Close.
Next stage!
There were two requests in the chat. If you
Oh. Merry Holidays. Oh. And then...
super old.
K-pop! Original!
Nice, nice.
Probably want to go to
Original! Original! All Kid Rock! World music! Original!
You'll maybe go a lot more out.
World of PIU! Extra Sun Zone! Series! The perfect collection!
That's...
Early. One of the first two. It is. You just went by.
Ladybug. All right. Dooby dum dum.
I thought Ladybug had a routine, didn't it?
That's.
Do that. I don't know if it's still in here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, do it.
Almost as common as somebody scream.
I can tell this is all.
Also, it stops at a minute and a half.
Right.
Did you say you can tell it's old by what, the style of the chart? Yeah.
Especially being a double.
Great.
Yeah, I knew you could do it. Wow, new record.
At least it's not as bad as like early Beatmania doubles.
Which were either bad or
Impossible.
impossible. Triple Q. That is the Triple Q Lite 14, I think, is the biggest re-rate I've seen on 2DX.
Yeah.
It went from, I think, a 3 to a 13.
Because it just was carrying its regular rating into
Right. Into the double. And the chart was not even intended as a double. It was intended for 2 people.
Right. So it does a lot of gross, like...
Hit keys and scratches,
scratch on the pants,
and far away from the tree. Yeah, it's almost impossible. Chew Train also saw a really big re-rate. Although, I think that was because also it was the Another. And of course the Anothers weren't rated at all, originally. Stand by to win, Brian.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow! Do you have any peeps?
I do. I, in fact, still have...
The peeps? Oh, wow. Are they rock hard?
Well, they have been for
A decade?
at least a decade. I have now seen the Emily trailer. Oh, nice. All of them? Yes.
Well, 4 we could 5. We took down. I'm trying to think. He might have had it up on the Indiegogo. It might still be out there, but it's not on. I think he had it on YouTube.
Hello, everyone.
They wanted Ladybug. I'll join them for that. If it's here.
I think it is.
All tunes. World of PI Extra Zone. Your card. How long play? Original. K-pop.
Maybe not.
World music.
There it is.
There, okay. You want 3X?
What's up? What's the...
How long play? How long play?
Ooh, I've been sitting down for a minute. Like my legs are like, "What are you doing, Brian?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Playing the game. Duh.
Ladybug. I love you.
understand why these are all holds.
Oh, are all of yours holds?
Yes.
None of mine are. Almost none of mine are. Interesting. Yeah, weird.
Yeah, like my entire chart was all holds.
Weird.
But it's like the same rhythm as yours.
Right.
So it's like it doesn't really matter for the most part. Have a good night, Rave Racer. See you next time.
Wow! New record!
Any more requests?
State.
God, I think that means you get to pick one for whatever you want to do.
Alrighty. I can play some of the new stuff that I have not played.
Extra Zone. World of DIU. Chain music. K-pop
Oh, is I Am the Best still on here? Oh, what is this do? I can think of some fun things this might do. You're the best. I'm not the best. You are.
Come on, hey mommy. Come on, hey brother. 누가 얘를 좀 알려줘. 귀여운 척, 섹시한 척, 이쁜 척 그런 거 안 해도 날 알아보는 너. 센스맨은 말투, 표정, 행동 하나까지 섬세한 널 알아보는 나. 우리가 사이 딱 맞는 타입. Come on, 여기 mister. Come on, 이리 와봐. 천천히 아주 조금씩. 여기 미소가 예쁜 남자.
There we go.
나 지금 너 때문에 혼란스러워. 제발 누가 나 좀 말려. I like that contact. 입술을 꽉 깨물어. 널 눈이 스칠 때면 눈이 끌리면 어지럽게 해. 난 너만의 영원한 소원해. It's moment 모든 게 너는 smooth 완벽해. That's right. 우리 사이 자꾸 떠오르는 모든 너라면 나도 smooth. 이 식사시간 지금 이 순간. Come on 나를 봐봐. Come on 넌 이 smooth. 이젠 우릴 말리지 마. 여기 미소가 예쁜 남자. 나 지금 너 때문에 혼란스러워. 제발 누가 나 좀 알려줘. Come on, 넌 이 smooth.
That's one of those would have been easy on a new stage.
Yeah, I knew you could do it!
Have a good night, Peachy.
Wow! New record! Next state.
That mac and cheese. And mashed potatoes. And those fried biscuits.
Delicious.
There you are.
K-pop. K-pop. Original.
Oh, this is
Original. World of PI difficulty series. First to perfect collection.
I can go back to
Original.
I haven't played hardly any of these either.
Which? Yeah. Much. Just silhouette.
Oh, this thing. I don't think I played it. Might as well. 18?
You should listen to this lyrically.
Yeah, it's...
Good.
Are the lyrics 18 enough to you?
No.
What's the level on that one?
Game over.
Or if there are any left. There aren't any outstanding, but you can also just play.
I have to go now. Bye, guys, says Peaches Pies.
Yep. I already said goodbye.
Bye-bye, Pichu.
Bye-bye, Pichu. I'm gonna need your guys'
Well, say full mode,
Unlock full mode first.
first of all.
Hello, everyone.
Basically,
From now on, I will introduce basic control for Pump It Up. The basic controller of Pump It Up is steps. You can also use the buttons. They look exactly the same as the steps. First, I will tell you how to choose the song.
When you're across at M now. Interesting. Okay, and then what are the differences here? Red or single, green or double, blue is retile mode, so like bonus double. Yellow. Gotcha.
And the rating scale is somewhat akin to modern DDR.
So the greens are full, you say?
Greens are double.
Yeah.
And anything 20 above.
Starting at 11.
11 would be like an easy 9.
Do you want to bump the speed up?
Yeah.
You're on 2x.
Okay.
So there's you can either
Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
79795.
yeah, that's the traditional speed.
All right, PI news.
And then just hit center to go back.
equals 11 if you chose the green.
Yeah. That was what he was going for. We'll see if I survive regrets.
Then there's the question of, is it an 11?
Right.
Center of gravity. Like a baby learning to walk.
I turned it up to 11.
Yeah. That was supposed to be a twist. Yeah, those running patterns in the middle.
I forgot that's a half.
That's called a half double, where you don't.
Hey, Sweetie Pete.
I didn't even notice I wasn't using the outer panels. How could you tell it was a half double? Or rather, just anything in the UI?
No, not anymore.
Like early on, they
Did I fail the song? Is that why it's over?
Like, we're not gonna
it's
bother.
Or it's just loading?
Some of them on Infinity have a comment where it says half double.
Yeah.
So Brian, I feel like a baby learning to walk here.
I know, at 11.
At 11 years old. Spooky. I think there's also a fear of not falling off the front. You know, there's a comfortability with being more downstage, say in theater.
Well, one of the things about punk is that, like, even in a single, you have a tendency will often move around inside the box more than you will in the RPL. Like, it utilizes the entirety of the stage all at the time.
Have that right there. It's makes my brain hurt. No. Gotta slam the door shut. Ha! Yeah, it's really, it's when it's a lot of B's for him in particular
We need Pete.
that doesn't want to compute.
Wow,
It's funny,
new
there's some
record.
there's some missions in mission mode that they are basically 4-panel DDR style charts that are done on those.
Oh,
panels.
that's funny.
So you basically have to do it by like rotating your body 90 degrees.
Yeah,
It's a little weird.
that is interesting.
I kind of want to try that one that we kept that like two groups of us have fucked up now.
Sure.
And now that
Yeah.
you say on the upbeat, right?
Yeah.
Is it two-person?
It was a 2-person, I believe.
I don't think it was otherwise.
It wasn't that
Particularly
hard.
difficult,
It was
yeah.
just like, why am I missing
Hello,
this?
everyone.
That's what I said. Mid-song to Tim, I was like, I'm hitting this on the
Round
beat.
2, World of Pia Fun Zone.
It's like, good job. It's not on the beat.
Now up
Yes.
next.
Which one was it? It was.
It might have been not
No. It was this one. Pretty sure it was this one.
I mean, I'm down to give it a whirl.
Okay.
That syncopated sound on the video.
I think it's the
Different part of the
right after this part. Okay. It's right after the part that they clipped in the menu.
So, the first time it's on beat, and then they switch it up so it's on the upbeat. So, and you'll
Apparently.
hear. Yeah, this is it. It's that Macklemore sounding horn.
Okay.
Just back.
All right. It's exactly what you said it was.
We figured it out.
Okay. It's not good
And
enough
it
for
never
me.
does it again.
I know, right? But like, both of us when we tried it before missed that entire section.
Yes,
It's just
exactly.
like completely gone. Fun. Holy moly. Do either of you want to play anything more?
I'm good.
Okay, so let's finish this up and then we haven't gotten any more requests and we've been going literally for 4 hours now. So I'm just gonna we'll finish this up and then we'll just
I'll do
call it a
another
night.
routine chart with it.
Okay. I will let you pick.
Oh,
I will
It'll be based on the sound of the song.
and just remember this shows how many people. And if it sounds hard, probably is. Counts? I don't remember. But I mean we can do it.
Let's do it.
I'm sorry if this is.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay. No, it's okay. It might be a little fast.
Okay.
눈이 쌓여가는 거리에 지난 겨울 헤어졌던 너를 생각해 어쩌면 이곳에 다시 올지 몰라 서 있는 밟으며 나의 모습을 떠올리고 있어 종일 너를 기다리는 날
There you go.
미소 지며 돌아오면 한마디 지우지 누군가 네 곁에 함께하겠지 새하얀 이 Merry Christmas Day
Whoa.
하얀 눈을 맞으며 너와 함께 걸으며 함께 했던 지난 겨울 다시 돌아올 순 없지만 너무 행복했어 지난 겨울 내 맘속에 간직하고 싶어 하얀 눈이 녹을 때까지 All my Christmas memories 간직하고 싶은 그대 이 겨울에 오직 너만 하얀 내 맘을 간직할게 Christmas Day 영원히 간직할게 Christmas Day
Yay! Merry Christmas. All right. I like routine charts.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I knew you could do it.
Did we get an A last time? I don't remember. We still have 2 hearts.
And I guess we get one more. We get one more song.
Next stage.
This is what you signed up for when we said we're done, right? 2 more.
2 more. Right. Exactly. Finish the set. Die.
Pump it up.
Per two. Per me two.
Original.
Sounds like a cool song. It also sounds really hard.
It's also three.
It's also 3. I'm down to try it.
Okay.
How's the speed?
This will be fine.
Removable disco.
Disc 0, I think.
If it's disco, then we can do this all the time. chart is remarkably harder than mine.
That happens sometimes.
definitely not what you asked for. It's a lopsided chart where the red was much more difficult than the blue.
That's all right.
All right. I like that chart. These team charts.
I knew you could do it.
No, it's a fun mode. It's totally fun.
Wow, new record.
All right, you guys, come say goodnight.
Come bark at the space dogs.
It's just.
Game over.
God, that's terrifying. Jesus. No, anyway. All right, so
Do it doggy style.
Doggy style.
not here.
Do it space doggy style.
You're a mix too late for that.
That's a different takedown notice.
All right. Anyway, thank you all for joining us for this marathon stream. It's been a long time.
It's been a little while.
Although
you can tell I'm done because I got my socks.
yeah. But,
That's how I used to play.
I know.
You used to
I don't
play
know.
straight up
Play
barefoot.
barefoot.
Well,
I don't know how
I
you
played
did
in socks until I started getting to where I didn't have. I was getting
didn't have
charts were getting
traction?
too fast.
Yeah.
So then I went barefoot.
I don't know how you did slice your foot open.
I did
Oh, okay.
Frequently.
twice, and then I started wearing shoes.
So, anyway, thanks as always for joining us.
Pork.
I will be back soon-ish with more Prime 2. I'll get back to, I guess, regularly scheduled programming. Which
Back
is,
to your regularly scheduled programming.
right, which is just going through all the new stuff and seeing what there is to see. So, until then, I hope you all have. Today's Friday, yeah.
Yeah.
So I hope you all have a great
For
weekend.
45 minutes.
Yeah, and I will see you next time. Take care, everybody. Bye, bye.
Bye, space dogs.
Bye, 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 bye. Buttons over here. Bye, bye, bye.
Bye bye.